Tribune.
Glue is cheap.
Tribune. Tribune.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Paleo-Apato 1, Paleo-Apato 2, Paleo-Apato 3, Paleo-Chom.
Tribune.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. He wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the sound say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here. Thank you for joining us. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday Birds Day. Always a good time. Thursday Birds Day. The same will be true of today, I suspect. We've also got some fossil news to discuss. We're going to have lots of Q&A, I presume, and it's going to be a nice chill time today. So I hope you're ready for that. If anybody's here for the very first time, by the way, then holy cow there, Sculpin. Thank you for the 100 bits. I do appreciate it. And if anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Paleontologist is a fossil scientist, as I'm sure you know. Not a fossilized scientist, but a scientist who studies fossils. I study dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I publish on, what I dig up during the summers, and what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. We don't always talk about dinosaurs. The show is called Paleontologizing, so it's about doing paleontology, doing fossil science, and how that relates to our own lives today, and all of the creatures that we see around us. We can trace their history back in time through the fossil record to give us better context for understanding the world around us. Case in point, tomorrow we're going to be talking all about pangolins, which I don't think have a very extensive fossil record, but we're going to be celebrating World Pangolin Day tomorrow. But this does tend to be pretty dinosaur-centric, because dinosaurs are my wheelhouse, what I actually work on. So if any of you, especially newcomers, happen to have any questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about broader topics in natural history, if you're wondering about the origins of biodiversity, about extinction and evolution and the fossil record, or geology, how the Earth came to be, all these things like that, out more broadly to the philosophy of science itself, please do not hesitate with those questions. I'm here to answer them for you. That's what paleontologizing is all about. It's the beauty of a live broadcast like this. And I hope you'll be back very soon too, Layer T. Thank you for being here. Very funny, Matt M33, completely new. Har har. Matt M33 has got that first badge there. Holy cow. Let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody. We've already lost the very top of chat, but I see Claire Burr here. Claire, hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you, Claire. Thank you for everything you do. Jin Jin TV, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Otto the Potato, what's shaking? Golganek, it's a pleasure to see you as always, Golganek. Hope you're having a good day. Baha Spencer, hello, hello. Stream closed captioner, you should be working right now. There we go. Let's give stream closed captioner a little, let's put it through its paces real quick. Dilophosaurus, Scelidosaurus, Allosaurus, and Cryolophosaurus. Pretty good, it got Cryolophosaurus. I'm impressed with that. You know, not too shabby with the Cryolophosaurus. Good stuff. Who else have we got? MS Coggins and Rose Sand, Matt M33 and Grim Deviant. Alchemic Phoenix. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome, welcome, Alchemic Phoenix. How are things? Phoenix the Archaeologist. Hello, hello. And Mini Pie, hello to you. How are you doing? Making an early appearance today, Mini Pie. Well, well, well. We have one of our feline overlords making an appearance. How you doing, Mini? Good to see you. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. How's your day going, Mini Pie? What'd you get up to? Oh, you worked on your taxes? Really? I didn't know cats paid taxes. Well, cool. It's good that you're getting a head start on that. Don't eat my portable hard drive, please. I need to mount that thing under the desk. Give her some more space to roam around here. And look at this, Mini Pie. Oh, look at this. Look. Can we... Hey, look. Oh, yeah, look at that.
It's a very costly business nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
So it is, Delta Rain. Thank you for helping make that a little bit more affordable with those 500 bits. I appreciate that very much, Delta. Oh, I really do. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Yeah. Good stuff. When Roseanne says, question for easier Bilbies, do you have a preference between raw chocolate or vegan or organic chocolate? Whatever's less expensive, Roseanne. I'm not picky. I appreciate you being so conscientious about that, though. Holy cow. Yeah, whatever you think is better or more affordable, I'm all for it, you know? Thank you, Roseanne. Thank you, thank you. I'm excited to, Oh, and shoot, that reminds me. I got a reply to that email from Creatrix Brit about that. I got that when I was in my meeting yesterday at the museum. Been, kind of burning the candle at both ends recently. That was Mini Pie hitting the soundboard button.
What? What?
Yeah, what are you looking for? You trying to escape? Yeah. What? Oh. Hello, Mini Pie. Hello, hello. My goodness. Well. Where are you going? What are you doing? It's good to have everybody here. Holy cow. Well, let me continue with the greetings. Alexander Morrison, Niffler and Neilf and the Lenina. Howdy, howdy, Lenina. Celtic Elephant. How are you doing? Fall on the Blinks. Howdy, howdy. Mini Pie, don't even try and climb up here. It's not for you. Fall Machine and Finder Keeper, Paleo Lord and Continuum. Arle, how are you doing? Good to see you, Arle. Grim Deviant and Granastuda. Alex Vixen and Sculpin. Creatrix Brit, how are you doing, Brit? Howdy, howdy. Let me reply to that email right now, actually. Lady Fiend, how are you doing? Megany Marty, hello, hello. What did you step in, Mini Pie? Where are you? Why is it wet over here? Did you drool on the... And Delta Rain, 600 bits. Holy cow, Delta. Thank you, Delta Rain. I appreciate that support. That was a seldom seen alert there, prompted by those 600 bits. Good stuff. And Alchemic Phoenix says, hello, I'm new. It's good to have you here, Alchemic Phoenix. Howdy, howdy. Mini PewDiePie, don't even try it. Nope, you're not going up there, sorry. I'm not gonna have you claw the top of my leather chair. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. There she goes. Yeah, let's see, here we go. Let's look over this email from Britt real quick. And then we can get started here. We've got some fossil news to go over. A few minutes. Dave the Bilby Fun. This is going to be really cool, Britt. This is going to be really cool. Yeah. And this looks really good so far, Britt. Yeah. Britt, this is excellent. Sorry, this is so terse, but I am currently streaming. There we go. Anyway, thank you for the email, and I'm really excited about that. Let's talk about bilbies for a minute, shall we? And Roseanne says, no worries, Dan. I'll get something mailed hopefully this weekend. Roseanne, that's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. That reminds me, we've got some items to look at that were sent by other chatters today, too. Xera says, can you say hi to Ross for me? Ross Dress for Less? It's been years since I've been to one of those, Xera. Nor a Marshalls or a TJ Maxx. Alright, welcome, Xera. It's good to have you here. We have a command for the... Oh, from Friends! Sorry. Yeah, terrible paleontologist. Yeah. That's, what's his name? David Schwimmer, who is also on 30 Rock. And Band of Brothers as well. I just started rewatching that again, the other week. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. There you go, Claire Burr. Yes. What was Greenzo was his name, I believe. I would show you a clip, but it would get nuked for copyright when this VOD goes up on YouTube later. And I don't want to make more work for you, Claire. But yeah. I thought you heard that joke a lot. Thanks for the warm welcome. I have heard that joke a lot, Xera. In fact, I was interviewed on the radio about that. Maybe see if I can pull that up. Let's try, there we go. Yeah. Your Christmas turkey is a dinosaur. Are turkeys the cousins of dinosaurs? They're not. They literally are dinosaurs. As birds. We're going to be talking about that today for Thursday Birds Day. And is Ross Geller a good paleontologist? Find out with Danny Anduza, paleontologist. Anyway, here's a link. You can listen to this whole thing on News Talk Radio. Irish radio. There, listen. The Pat Kenny Show.
The Pat Kenny Show on News Talk.
With Matter Private Network. During current restrictions, don't ignore your health concerns. Our expert team is ready to help.
We're not going to listen to more than a few seconds of this, but...
The excitement is building, Santa letters are written, presents are wrapped, and soon kitchens around the country will be busy preparing a Christmas feast of roast ham, honey-glazed carrots, roast potatoes, and dinosaur. Yes, I did say dinosaur, and did you know that nearly all of the features of today's birds, everything from their specialized lungs to their characteristic feathers are actually just evolutionary hand-me-downs from their theropod dinosaur ancestors.
True.
Now, to explain these interesting facts, as you sit down for your Christmas dinner, I'm joined by Danny Andusa, an American paleontologist whose research focuses on dinosaur anatomy, evolution, and behavior. Danny, good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you too, Pat. Thanks for having me on.
Now, I'm fascinated that what we put on our Christmas table...
This is just like a call over the phone. That's why the quality's so terrible on my end.
Please explain.
We've recognized for a while now, there's a general consensus among paleontologists and ornithologists and biologists in general that birds are the direct descendants of dinosaurs. So in a very real sense, dinosaurs never went completely extinct.
Yep, it's true. Anyway, there's a link there. I'll post it again in the chat. But yeah, why is my dinosaur always dry on Thanksgiving? Because you didn't dunk it in the swimming pool for long enough, could you? Presumably. That would probably help with that, right? Anyway, yeah. Why don't we quickly take a look at some of the wonderful things that viewers have sent to me that I have neglected to show for the past couple days because we've been so busy here. Take a look at this.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
And Michael F01, thank you for the 7 months of support. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Thank you. Yeah. Here, let me go get the mailbox, and we'll see what has arrived. Hang on just a minute here. All right. Well, are you ready for stuff to fall over back here? No. Are you ready for mail time, everybody? Let's take a look at some mail just received. Let's bring forth our mailbox here. There we go. And why don't we go ahead and see what's inside it, huh? Well. We've got some very, very useful stuff in here, which came in an Amazon package. We've got blue painter's tape for painting 3D prints and also sealing off certain areas so that they don't get glue on them when I'm doing some gluing as well. You know how much 3D printing we do on this channel. So thank you. These are all from Vega Altair Deneb. We've got a 128 gigabyte SD card that I can use with my cameras and computers in the field this next summer. I was lamenting not having a high capacity SD card because I've got a field laptop with a very, very small hard drive. This is going to effectively triple the amount of storage that I have, which is fantastic and I deeply appreciate it. Thank you. We've got something I shouldn't put next to the SD card there. Something that I can also use both for 3D printing and here in the office. We've got some high-powered magnets. rare earth element magnets here. Neodymium, I think. Fantastic. These are going to be very, very useful. I will find all kinds of innovative uses for these, so I really appreciate the generosity there, Vega. Thoughtfulness. These are all things that came off of the Amazon wish list. And Neodymium, they are fun, Gojira, they really are. Yeah. Those right here. I'll put them next to my hard drive. We've also got... Let's see... Holy cow, wait, what is this? Putting this up real quick. My birthday's in September, Casey Snowart. End of September. Yeah. And this, oh man, I needed a replacement one of these. This is fantastic. So everybody, this is something that I use all the time. Something I highly recommend having. It is a flash drive, a little USB drive keychain. So I have one of these on my keychain right now, but since it's on my keychain, there's some wear and tear, and about every 3 years or so, I need to replace it. Because it just gets banged up, and, you know, parts of this get squished and stuff like that. So anyway, having a 128 gigabyte SD card, if I'm going to a print shop in order to print some files or something, if I am needing to, like, you know, a flash drive is one of those things that you often forget. And so if I'm at the museum and I need to transfer some files, I need to download some PDFs, I need to do this or that, this sort of thing is really, really useful. So it's one of those things that I always keep on my keychain. That and a little miniature metal scratch-all, a set of screwdrivers, a Phillips and a standard head screwdriver, also keychains. Yeah, and a little knife too. Just things I always have on me, and it's amazing how often you use them if you always have them on you. Thank you, Vega, for sending this. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I have one in mind. They're lifesavers. I know, right, Gojira? Yeah. And then, this is also going to be very helpful for putting things up here in the office. Some command strips. So I know none of this stuff seems super glamorous or anything, but this is all going to be really, really useful. And Vega, I want to thank you very, very much for your generosity here and your thoughtfulness. Get these things off of the wish list. And unfortunately, Amazon didn't want to give you credit for it. So I appreciate you DMing me about this too, saying it was from you. But yeah, this is all we got there. As an indicator, just a gift for you. Vega, I think you said you wrote out a personalized message in that. Somehow didn't make it through the Amazon warehouse. That's understandable. Those people are not paid well enough. But anyway, thank you, Vega. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for your support and your generosity. It means a lot. This stuff will be very useful. Thanks for helping support this mission of science outreach and education in like a direct, material way. That's a big deal. And I really appreciate it. Yeah. Doing reverse doxing, says Gojira. It's doing undoxing. I suppose. Let me scoot this out of the way, and I'll show you something else that I've received from a viewer. And I'm ashamed that I've forgotten who exactly said they were sending this to me, but I want to thank them very thoroughly if they show up here. There was a book that was sent. I'll go ahead and unpack that and show you. Yeah. Okay. There we are. We got a book. From Book Trolls, LLC. That's just the return address. But, ouch. It's a liver in my finger. Let's go ahead and open this up, shall we? It's not how to draw a dinosaur sculpin. No, that one we tried to return. And Amazon wouldn't take it as a return. They're like, here, just have the money back. We don't even want it. Let's go ahead and open this up. This is a little piece of history here, which, I think we're going to have some fun with. This is a... It's not a good book. That's not the point. Yeah, you'll see. Can anybody tell me what the significance of this is right here? Of pandas and people. Book burning one. I do not condone burning books no matter what they are. This is a piece of history right here. Not a good book, but a historically important book. Did a panda write this book? It would probably make more sense if that were the case, Delta. Here, I can, I think I can find you a clip. Here we go. Well, it stems from this right here, as I think you will recall if you've been watching for a good while. We were actually just talking about this earlier this week. But this is a documentary that's about this whole thing, and this book plays a prominent role in that. Take a look.
Dover, Pennsylvania. Like much of the United States, Dover has become a town divided.
I personally don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying for us, well, we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
Dover is split between those who accept Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and those who reject it. And that rift between science and scripture nearly destroyed
It's not between science and scripture, it's between science and anti-science.
Signs of trouble
regardless
of after a Dover high school student painted a mural showing the evolution of humans from ape-like ancestors.
It was a lovely piece of artwork, very well done artistically, and it did not offend me in any way.
But some in Dover were offended by the idea that humans and apes are related. And that mural was removed from the classroom and destroyed. Flames soon spread to the local school board. Angry that only Darwin's theory of evolution was being taught, the board required students hear about a controversial idea at odds with Darwin called intelligent design.
To just talk about Darwin to the exclusion of anything else perpetrates a fraud.
But many say intelligent design is the fraud.
Intelligent design
Spoiler alert,
is
it
a
is.
science stopper. It makes people stupid.
11 Dover residents sued their school board to keep intelligent design out of the classroom. And almost overnight, Dover was catapulted to the front pages of the nation's newspapers and the front lines in the war on evolution.
Trials tear communities apart. They set neighbor against neighbor. Nobody wants to do this. You do it when you have to.
With Dover split down the middle, a federal court would decide if intelligent design is legitimate science.
It's not.
Or religion in disguise.
This is a great documentary. I highly recommend it. And we watch clips from this all the time. They just kind of come up. But at one point... Here we go. We had this.
Classes anywhere in the United States remains a violation.
Here we go.
From promoting or providing. The Supreme Court decided that teaching creationism in public school science classes violated the separation of church and state. mandated by the
an endorsement
Constitution
of religion.
in the Establishment Clause,
Against the U.S.
which
Constitution.
prevents the government from promoting or prohibiting any form of religion.
Yep. Yeah.
To this day, teaching creationism in public school science classes anywhere in the United States remains a violation of students' constitutional rights. Another Dover School Board member, Bill Buckingham, a retired policeman, was appointed by Alan Bonsell to head the curriculum committee. It was his job to review all requests for new textbooks.
True on all counts there.
The 9th grade biology teachers had asked for a
That's a good textbook
book co-authored by biologists Ken Miller and Joe Levine. But Buckingham did not like what he saw.
In looking at the biology book that...
So, Bill Buckingham, who was, let's note, not a biologist, not a scientist, not a teacher, not even somebody who's like, you know, has any business talking about educational policy or anything like that. He's just, you know, a local small business tyrant, as we call him. He was offended by the biology textbook of Pandas and People comes in right after this. Check it out.
The teachers wanted. I noticed that it was laced with Darwinism. I think I listed somewhere between 12 and 15 instances where it talked about Darwin's theory of evolution. It wasn't on every page of the book, but like every couple chapters, there was Darwin in your face again. And it was to the exclusion of any other theory.
To the exclusion of the, you know, magical elves, you know, created life on Earth, or, you know, the flying spaghetti monster, or, you know, any other theory like that. Ancient aliens, or, you know, Bigfoot ice road truckers, or anything like that that you would see on legitimate educational programming. You know? Ghost swamp Sasquatch pawn stars and such like, you know? It didn't have any of that stuff. Just, you know, evidence-based descent with modification, you know, evolutionary theory. That's the only thing it had. What a disgrace, you know? There you go. Yeah. This was 2005 that the trial took place, Casey's nowhere. Yeah.
And at a school board meeting in the summer of 2004, Buckingham made it clear he wasn't comfortable approving that book. The school board put the purchase on hold. So what was it about Charles Darwin's theory that Buckingham objected to?
Anyway, we're going to skip through. Let's get to the pandas part, shall we? We talked about old Chucky D earlier this week. So, there we go. Yeah.
And about a century and a half later, many people in Dover, like the United States as a whole, agree.
One more spider. Come, spider.
To this day, somewhere between a third and half the U.S. population does not accept evolution.
I find it personally offensive because I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, and that the book of Genesis...
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. It's inerrant, not inherent. Inerrant. The inerrant word of God, not the inherent word. It's like when people just repeat things that they've heard, like, you know, like a parrot, without actually understanding the meaning of them. This is somebody who is making decisions about what was taught in, you know, in schools in Pennsylvania. Just stop trying to lace the conversation with grammar. Go Ricadactylus, yeah. The parrot would at least get the words it's repeating right. This is Beelzebub. Fair.
Personally offensive because I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, and that the book of Genesis tells it like it is as to how we came into being. God didn't create monkey and then take man from a monkey. He created man.
In Dover, hostility to the theory of evolution had already erupted in vandalism. after a Dover High School student painted a 16-foot mural depicting the evolution of humans from ape-like ancestors. The mural was on display in a science classroom when someone removed it from the school and burned it. Now, as Bill Buckingham continued fighting the purchase of the biology book at school board meetings, the science teachers began to suspect that he had been involved.
This idea of man and monkey came into the conversation, and I immediately remember saying to him, does this have anything to do with that mural that disappeared?
And that's when he made the remark that he gleefully watched it burn.
Right. Sort of under his breath, but we heard what he said.
Though Buckingham denied any involvement in the incident, when he reportedly announced he was searching for a biology book that included evolution and creationism, the school board meeting erupted in chaos.
Typically, a school board meeting is a very dry thing. A couple of people show up because they have a certain issue they want to discuss. But these meetings would be hundreds of people, and it would be hot, and people would be upset. It was a zoo. It was just an absolute madhouse.
Ludicrous, bizarre, many adjectives I could use. They were disrespectful to the public, disrespectful to the teachers. They didn't want to listen to anybody. They were just on their own agenda.
Some zoo ironic fish, yeah.
In a democracy,
this guy,
and when you have 9 different personalities together, and you have a controversial issue, in the heat of the moment, somebody might say something they wish 10 minutes from now they wouldn't have said.
Bring this meeting back to order.
The controversy engulfing the school board caught the attention of local newspaper reporters, including Lori Lebo, who grew up in the area.
From the first time I heard school board members were talking about creationism, I thought this could become a big issue. I didn't realize how big, but I certainly knew I was intrigued by it.
Lebo began reporting on the controversy, but her interest in the issue was not just professional.
Okay, and then we've got some kind of background on her and her family, but, yeah. Let's get to the pandas part, shall we? Oh, I think it's coming up. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go.
My father became born again.
In her articles, Lebo would write about the 1987 Supreme Court ruling that would keep Buckingham from introducing any creationist text into biology class. In the meantime, Buckingham was in touch with 2 organizations known for questioning Darwin. One was a...
And again, I kind of object to that as well. Questioning Darwin. That's what I do every single day. That's what science does, is we question ideas and we test them. It's like, it's almost like it's taking kind of religious language and trying to apply it to science. To say, oh, they're questioning Darwin. That's not what they're doing. They're denying evidence. It's scientists who question Darwin and thousands of other authors every day, you know? Anyway.
Public interest law firm in Michigan called the Thomas More Law Center. Headed by former public prosecutor Richard Thompson, famous for his efforts to convict assisted suicide advocate Jack Kevorkian, the firm bills itself as the sword and shield for people of faith.
Bill Buckingham
did they botch this case
as a private citizen and also as someone who was concerned that the biology textbook presented only one side, and he thought there should be other alternative theories involved. And that's when I introduced him to the theory of intelligent design and indicated that I thought that that theory could be taught alongside
it's not a theory
of evolution and pass constitutional muster.
I asked, if there were any reference books out there, and they gave me the title of the book of Pandas and People.
He also found a conservative think tank in Seattle named the Discovery Institute, which calls itself the nation's leading intelligent design proponent.
And these guys are still around today, and they were part of the force behind the whole CRT hysteria panic thing about critical race theory, and they've been behind all kinds of like really gross anti-trans stuff and anti-gay stuff and anti-women in the workforce and like anti-women getting an education stuff. It's been pretty scummy. It's like these guys are, this organization's a real piece of work. Yeah.
They sent Buckingham a DVD and other material on intelligent design. In these materials, Buckingham found a view that did not seem to conflict with his own. For example, according to the book of Pandas and People, intelligent design means that various forms of life began abruptly through an intelligent agency with their distinctive features already intact. Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks, and wings, etc. And in the DVD he got from the Discovery Institute, Buckingham found more support for intelligent design.
150 years ago, Charles Darwin transformed science with his theory
where's
of
the
natural selection.
pandas?
Today, that theory faces
too complex to happen at random.
Championed by a law professor named Philip Johnson.
Oh boy, this guy.
Intelligent design began to emerge in the 1980s.
This whole Darwinian story, it seems to me, has been very much oversold.
I can't remember if this is the same guy who was defending cigarette companies as a lawyer, or if it's a different guy. Maybe Philip Johnson. Maybe I'm getting that somehow mixed up with Philip Morris. But I vaguely recall there's some sort of a connection there. But I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, the pandas textbook and all that. Yeah.
Everybody is told that it's absolutely certain and certainly true, and because it's called science, it has been proved again and again by...
And Casey Snowart says, I don't know if I'm impressed or sad that you can quote that. Oh, it comes up later, Casey. It comes up later. I'll show you.
Absolutely unquestionable procedures. But this is not true. It's an imaginative story that has been spun on the basis...
And this is, again, he's just lying through his teeth. Well, I don't know. In a case like this, it's hard to say if somebody is actually outright lying or if they're just don't know what they're talking about to the extent that what they're saying doesn't match reality at all. It's like, and honestly, I'm not sure what's worse. Like, is it worse to be an outright liar or worse to just be really dumb, you know?
The whole Darwinian story, it seems to me, has been very much oversold. Everybody is told that it's absolutely certain and certainly true, and because it's called science, it has been proved again and again by absolutely unquestionable procedures.
This is incredibly far from the truth. As scientists, we are questioning these things every single day. That's what science is. You don't take things based on someone's authority, supposed authority. You run tests and you see if those ideas actually match the evidence, if they are consistent with observations and tests of the natural world. We don't trust anything in science like that in the way that he means. I mean, it's some incredible projection here to say that science is dogmatic when you're pushing for literal religious dogma. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Ricodactylus says the best thing you can do as a scientist is knock down someone else's long-standing theory. Absolutely. Yeah. Because it helps us move forward together, and also that helps your own star rise. It's like, if there is some widely held idea in the sciences and you're able to disprove that, you'll be a celebrity in the sciences. Like, you've got it made. Everyone will know your name. If you can take some widely held idea and demolish it through new discoveries and new tests, like, that's what every scientist dreams of doing. That's part of what I'm trying to do with some upcoming papers, actually. Yeah. More on that soon, let's hope. But, yeah. Ricodactylus says, I would feel very bad if towards the end of my life the ideas I'm publishing now stay unchallenged. I'd feel like a failure. Yeah. I mean, that also means that if nobody's challenging your ideas, that means that no one's reading your ideas, which means that you're kind of a nobody, I guess. That's the thing in science. It's almost a compliment to have your ideas challenged because that means people are reading them. And this can sometimes be a perverse incentive as well, because sometimes people will just publish any old nonsense because it will get them citations and it will get them attention. There are a few people who have kind of made their careers on that sort of thing. It does happen. But the point is, in science, we're always questioning things. We're always trying to demolish old ideas. That's what it's all about, you know? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
But this is not true. It's an imaginative story that has been spun on the basis of very little evidence.
An emeritus professor at
Awful
UC
book.
Berkeley Law School, Johnson wrote a book called Darwin on Trial, in which he laid the groundwork for the intelligent design movement. For years, he's been making the claim that evolution may produce small-scale changes, like the different finch beaks Darwin observed. But for humans to come about requires the intervention of some kind of intelligence.
It's just the God of the Gaps argument
That
again.
is the basic intelligent design proposition, that the unintelligent causes by themselves can't do the whole job.
Let's get to the book.
An
It should be
intelligent
coming up here.
cause had to be involved.
There we go.
Armed with this new information on intelligent design, Bill
boy.
Buckingham returned to the school board.
He had been told that intelligent design was a good compromise between his religious beliefs, is what he told me, and Alan Bonsall told me that too, and what the courts will allow. They were both very clear on that this is their compromise. Even though they believe in creationism, this would sort of bridge the gap for them.
But the science teachers were not convinced.
The first reading of it, an intelligent agent created life. That's creationism. It's biblical creationism, you know? All I have to do is take out intelligent agent, put in God, and voila.
That's exactly what they did in the book,
Genesis.
which is really funny.
So there's no question in my mind what intelligent design was.
Now Buckingham was ready to take a stand.
He came up with the ultimatum that the only way that they would vote for the textbooks was that we adopted the Book of Pandas and People as a sister or companion textbook.
But when he put it before the school board, he came up 2 votes short. The board chose to purchase only the standard biology book, co-authored by Ken Miller. Pandas was shelved. That might have been the end of the story. But a few months later, 60 copies of Pandas turned up in Bertha Sparr's department, a gift to the school from an anonymous donor. Then, without consulting the teachers, members of Buckingham's curriculum committee drafted the outlines of what became a bold new policy for the science department.
Oh, boy.
It was brought before the full school board for a vote, and after a heated debate, it passed 6-3. In its final form, the policy mandated that all students in 9th grade biology be read a 1-minute statement telling them that Darwin's theory is not a fact, and that it
Theories
contains
are not facts.
gaps.
Theories are collections of facts.
Suggesting intelligent design as an alternative, it directed students to the 60 copies of Pandas that would be available as a reference.
Trojan Pandas, there you go, ball machine, yeah.
The school board members who voted against Buckingham's proposal resigned in protest.
Oh, and by the way, for any of you who are not from the U.S., if you're from countries with more sane policies about this kind of thing, or even if you're not familiar with U.S. educational policy, in the United States, most educational curriculum decisions are made at a local level, like at a school board level. And there might be multiple school boards within a single city in some cases. So, like, the actual, like, the group of people that decide what kids learn in school is usually very, very small. And this creates big problems for students sometimes, and for parents, too. Because, like, if you're from a particular school district where, you know, say that you're a kid growing up in a particular school district, and you're supposed to learn, I don't know, say fractions in mathematics. Supposed to learn fractions in, let's say, 3rd grade. And then your family moves to another school district. Maybe you're just moving to a new house in the same city, but you might be in a new school district at that point. And then you get to school, and all of your classmates learned fractions last year in second grade. And you don't know fractions. Because they've got a different curriculum there, just a few miles away. So you might go through school never having learned fractions. This is just like a small example of this, but it's a problem for students, it's a problem for teachers, it's just a system that objectively doesn't work very well. But yeah, is there no national curriculum guidelines? There are some, but it's complicated. Like, it's complicated. And students in certain states, for instance, if there are like state guidelines for education, like say you're in Texas, and Texas, you're almost guaranteed to never learn about evolution in a public school. Yeah, unless maybe you go to a university, then you might learn about evolution. But like Texas is famously anti-evolution. It might even be in the textbook, but like teachers just don't really teach it. There are some teachers who make exceptions. There are some teachers who are excellent and they like fight for their students to actually learn real biology. But there are people high up on the state level, people like the governor and the, state senators and representatives, and who like fight to keep evolution out of the curriculum in places like that. Except for my district, apparently, says Casey Snowart. But yeah, okay. In a good or a bad way, Casey Snowart. I hope it's in a good way. But yeah. Linnaeus is truth. Speaking as a Texan, that is truth. Yeah. In a good way. I'm glad to hear that, Casey. Colorado has actually been pretty good about this kind of thing. Here. Let's see here. National Center for Science Education. So the NCSC is an organization that I've tried to financially support whenever possible, for years and years, because they do really, really good work. And they basically helped win the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Spoiler alert, science won out in this trial. NCSC. Let's just search NCSC science. Here we go. Old video here, but it's good stuff. Yeah, look at this. Ancient, 12 years ago. That's from a Ken Ham book, I think.
The National Center for Science Education is a clearinghouse for information about the creation and evolution controversy. In my office, we give people advice. We tell people what to do when they elect some nut to the school board who's making life difficult for the teachers by insisting that they either drop good science, evolution, or that they teach some kind of religiously based alternative to evolution. When I get a call from a community where there's a problem, I'll get on my database, I'll contact the scientists and the civil libertarians in the area. We network with other groups like People for the American Way, Americans United for Separation of Church and State, ACLU. And we say, hey, we need you to write letters. We need scientists and clergy and teachers to go down to the local school board and tell them why this bill is no good, tell them why this particular textbook is not a good textbook for them to use, and here's the information that'll help you make a good case. We have about 4,500 members. The Institute for Creation Research has a mailing list of close to 300,000. They produce videotapes and CD-ROMs, books, pamphlets, cartoons, comic books. They produce tons and tons of material attacking evolution and presenting a particular religious perspective. One of the projects that I may very well use this money for is to support the revision of a book that we have that's very, very helpful. It's a book of reviews of creationist books. We really would like to revise this book and make it available to teachers. So that's probably what we're going to use
this
this
one
money
right here,
for.
I think. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Fish, yeah. But anywho, NCSC, because these things are like at a local level, they need local attention. And so NCSC, there's... Eugenie Scott has talked about how they feel like firefighters, where it's like, oh, we're getting a call, there's a fire happening in a school board meeting, you know, somewhere in Oklahoma, or in North Dakota, or in Texas. Like, let's call up our network of scientists and concerned parents and clergy, you know, church members who understand how science works and knows that creationism is not science. Let's call them up and get them to speak before these school board meetings and see if we can put out these fires. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish up with the pandas thing here. Let's see if I can find that clip in here about the pandas book. There we go. Yeah.
Just so ages.
Oh.
When it became accepted, had a huge cultural impact. Would be
The
reversed.
wedge dog. Oh, man.
Outrageous about
Watch this whole thing if you're interested in it. I'll give you the link.
Body of evidence being put together, then being confirmed in all kinds of other scientific disciplines, particularly genetics, and having other people just sort of deny it for reasons that have nothing to do with truth. And this became apparent during the trial. And then you began to look towards the judge and think, how is this guy going to get out of this? Because here he is, he is a Republican, he's been appointed by George W. Bush, who has said that he thinks the jury is out on evolution and both theories should be taught. And you began to think, what is this poor guy going to do?
Whatever the motivations of the Discovery Institute, the intelligent design movement, or the authors of the book Of Pandas and People, Judge Jones would need to focus on the motivation of the Dover Area School Board.
Mr. Buckingham, I'd like to show you what has been identified as Exhibit P145. You'll need to look at your monitor.
The book that was presented to me for biology was laced with Darwinism from the beginning to the end.
William Buckingham is head of the curriculum committee for the Dover School District. He's also a board member. He strongly believes creationism needs to be taught in the classroom.
My opinion that it's okay to teach Darwin, but you have to balance it with something else, such as creationism. This was back in the very early days of the intelligent design thing.
Sounded like Nixon a little on that tape.
I could not think of the words intelligent design.
Thankfully, not as foul-mouthed as old tricky Dick Nixon. Oh, man, the things he said in some of those tapes. My goodness. Yeah. Anyway.
And don't you know, I could not think of the words intelligent design. I just couldn't. The camera's rolling, so I say creationism. In hindsight, I should have said nothing at all, but I said creationism.
I was like a deer caught in the headlights of a car, and I misspoke. Pure and simple. I made a human mistake.
Freudian slip, right, Mr. Buckingham?
I wouldn't say a Freudian slip. I would say a human mistake.
And it was not Buckingham's only mistake. Both Buckingham and Bonsall
Thou shalt
had
not
sworn
lie.
in
There you
their
go, Lenita,
depositions
yeah.
that they did not know who donated the 60 copies of Pandas to the high school. But by the time Buckingham took the witness stand, a different story emerged.
Yeah, oh boy.
Stood up in front of our church one Sunday morning. We had to come up with, I think it was like $1,100 to buy these books. I said, I'm not asking anybody for a dime. I'm not telling you I want anything.
So they all went home and instead gave their money to the poor and needy. No, that's not what happened.
But I'm not asking anybody for a dime.
I'm
not telling you I want anything. But we believe in the power of prayer, not church. I said, just pray that the money comes in.
Buckingham's prayers were answered with donations from members of the church.
So I did.
Andrew Holding. Well. Probably about time that we close off this tangent here. Thank you for the raid there, Andrew Holding. I appreciate it very much.
16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Andrew Holding. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. We were just going off on a bit of a tangent. I got this book in the mail. This is not a good book, and I don't like the book, but I love that I have this book now because it's an important piece of like science education history here in the United States. There was this big trial in 2005, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, where like people were trying to sneak creationism into public school classrooms through this book, which is like a creationist textbook. Anyway, and now I have a copy of it. I've been reading about this since I was a kid, and now I'm holding the physical book right here, and we might go through it at some point. But yeah, oh man, is it full of a lot of crud? Anyway, Andrew Holding, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It is good to have you here. How did it go? How did your stream go? I want to hear all about it. We have a question for you about the new pterosaur in the Isle of Skye. Oh, I'm all ears. Yeah. And your dad kicked Intelligent Nine out of your school system when they tried to sneak in it. Matt Trumpets. A salute to your dad. That's awesome. Yeah. But yeah. And I remember high school books being thicker. Yeah, the comedian Louis Black had a thing about that. And I've tried to find this multiple times before. He had a piece on some comedy show or something like that where he talks about this, and it seems to have been scrubbed from YouTube. Yeah. Oh, is it here?
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Here we go. Here's the book. Ah, good stuff.
If you've heard of evolution, you've heard of Origin of the Species, Charles Darwin's book that introduced the theory of survival of the fittest. Heck, I've even pretended to read it. But did you know there's an equally important body of work supporting creationism? For starters, there's this textbook, Of Pandas and People. It's a scientific defense of the theory of intelligent design, and it's very concise. They're blinding you with not science.
Anyway, I think there might be some swear words coming up, so we'll pause it there. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, and
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Murph! Do I appreciate that? Holy moly, Murph! Thank you. 20 months right there. That is almost a whole year, and at tier 3 now. Holy cow, Murph! I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff.
Dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew. The underscore weights and their 5 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
And welcome the weights. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are things? It is good to have you here. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. hope it was really good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Tell me how it went. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are going to get into some pterosaur discussion, I believe, here. Andrew Holding, you said that you've got a pterosaur question? Tell me about it. You were wondering about the new pterosaur from the Isle of Skye in the UK, in Scotland. What were you wondering about it? And we can talk about it. Let's see. Give it a read. Oh yeah, Andrew Holding. Yeah, we looked at this a while ago, I think. This is like an early Jurassic pterosaur, which is pretty cool. It's not quite as big as Jark. But it's pretty big. Yeah. Here, I think we can even find a video of this. Here we go. Not from a year ago, but should be more recent than that. Let's filter this for this month here. Newsbot Network. Not clicking that. A lot of procedurally generated garbage here. But looking. Oh boy. Bible explorations. 3 dinosaurs. Oh boy. Not gonna click that either. And there you can find some right garbage on YouTube. Real life flying monster discovered. So much garbage on YouTube. It's nuts. So much of it seems to be like bot generated now. But yeah, here let's let's see. There we go. Good stuff. Trying to work out the importance. What about the importance? Like, it is important in that it fills in a... It's another puzzle piece for figuring out the evolution of pterosaurs. And it's from the early Jurassic, if I recall, which is pretty important. Yeah. Scientists were surprised to find a pterosaur from this period. They were thought to mostly live in China. That's not... Maybe this particular group, but they just haven't been found in Europe before. Creature called Scioptera is the second pterosaur found on the Isle of Skye in Scotland. And its name comes from the Scottish Gaelic word Seo, meaning mist, and is a reference to the Gaelic name of the Isle of Skye, known as the Isle of Mist. Fossils from this era, called the Middle Jurassic, that's actually a period, not an era, the Jurassic. Yeah, fossils from this time are extremely rare, says Dr. Liz Martin Silverstone at the University of Bristol, used a CT scanner to make a 3D model of the fossil. Finding anything from this time that's more than just a single bone is really exciting, she says. The creature probably had a wingspan of around 1 to 1.5 meters. Cool stuff. I don't know if we actually know if it had a crest like that. But yeah. It's neat stuff. It's really neat stuff. You might already be familiar with Jark. Yeah. Here, take a look at this.
So, reading... Now, a fossil unearthed on the Isle of Skye
This is from a year ago.
The largest pterosaur ever discovered from the Jurassic period. The ancient flying reptile had a wingspan of 2.5 meters or 8 feet and would have flown over the heads of dinosaurs 170 million years ago.
So this is not this new pterosaur from the Isle of Skye, but it's one from... It was published, I guess, a year ago. And it was the first pterosaur from the Isle of Skye. Now we've got a second one that's a little bit smaller. That's the one that's brand new that that Andrew Holding was talking about. We don't have any videos about that one yet, but this was huge news when it came out. So we'll watch this here.
Here's our science correspondent, Victoria Gill.
These look a little bit like they might be teeth. and it's pretty symmetrical.
Hidden in the rock for 170 million years, the teeth and bones of a Jurassic reptile. After racing the tide to cut out
using
the
a rock saw.
and entombed their discovery, the team had a rocky journey to bring it back to their lab. But here, they've revealed the secrets of this Isle of Skye pterosaur that they've named Jark Skianark, Gaelic for winged reptile.
I think it's a lot clearer if we put the head back on. So we remove the head to CAT scan it, but we can put it right back there, join it up with the neck, and you can see the neck.
And there's
and
Natalia
it makes the
Jaglieska
body.
there, who
You
I
have
think
a
might be
wing
lead
on
author on
the
this.
side. Over here you have
This
the
is part of her
hands
PhD, I
with
think.
these feisty, sharp little claws, and then you have a tail going that way.
You've seen a lot of fossils in your time. So how significant is this one?
Oh, this is far and away the best thing we've ever found on Skye. To get something like this preserved in 3D is just a 1 in a billion thing.
The hollow bones of this flying reptile are very fragile, but X-ray scans of the skull have revealed even more detail.
So this is what you got to do with fossils like this that are in this kind of like almost slate-like rock. You know, this really, really, really hard shale like this. Rather than spending hundreds and hundreds of hours chipping away at that rock with really precise tools and potentially giving yourself carpal tunnel in the meantime, you know, you can do some of that until you expose what's there, and then you scan it in order to actually figure out what's inside without having to prep all of that rock off. So that's what they've done here, and that's really, really neat.
Very fragile, but X-ray scans of the skull have revealed even more detail.
Talk me through what you have in your hands.
I'm holding a model of Jark Skianark. It was commissioned by a local artist, and it's more or less how the creature might have looked like in real life. You can see how well adapted to flight it was. It had this elongated wing finger, which anchored entire membrane. It was also very streamlined. You can see how the jaw was related to flying and catching fishes, filled with those very sharp teeth. It has a very long tail, which we use as a rudder when in flight. And yeah, it's absolutely charismatic. I love him. He's so goofy.
We walked in Jurassic footprints when.
And by the way, if you want to follow Natalia, she's big on Twitter. And she's probably now on Blue Sky too. But she does a lot of really, really cool art. Oh, and she follows me too. Awesome. But yeah, doing a PhD in paleontology on Jurassic pterosaurs. But her art is really, really neat. Let me show you some examples. Stuff like this. As Darked pterosaur. Stuff like this. So, if that seems cool to you, go give her a follow. Good stuff. Fish says that background is fire. I would be inclined to agree. Yes. Anyway, yeah, that's Natalia there. Yeah. So anyway, it's cool that there's been not a whole lot of information of big pterosaurs from the early Jurassic, and now we've got 2 from Scotland, no less. Scotland, not really a place that you think of when you think of Mesozoic reptile fossils, but holy cow, we've got some beautiful pterosaurs from there now. Not just 1, but 2 now. As of about a month ago. Super cool. Super cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. With that having been said, what else are we going to get into here? We're going to do some Metazoa in just a little bit, but we were also going to watch a little video on... Maybe that moment has passed, but we were going to talk about bilbies.
This is where it really fits.
And the Waits, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. And if you did already tell me, I apologize. It got lost in the chat. Oh, you're heading up to bed. Well, you sleep well, the Waits. Thank you for your raid. And do hope to catch you again soon. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. Let's get you another shout out. Oh, I can do it myself. There we go. Looks like you were doing some just chatting. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, and that's really cool, Dinosaur Dave. For any Australians in the chat, pretty neat. I would take a look at that myself, but there's I don't have a Facebook account anymore. Got rid of it. If there's a video about this, let's see. Let's see. Nope. Yeah. In South Australia, Easter chocolate bilbies are a thing? No, Fish, I know. We're going to be talking all about that. Yes. Oh man, you've got no idea, Fish. You've got no idea. We're gonna do some cool bilby stuff this year with some chocolate Easter bilbies and try and make some money for trying to raise some money for bilby conservation. Bilby talk, exactly, Brett. Exactly. Why don't we talk about bilbies a little bit? Why don't we? Yeah, take a look at this.
It's that time of year again, when crosses appear on buns, chocolate gets transformed into eggs, and a mysterious, often giant bunny leaves them for people to find. Nothing unusual about that.
But rabbits are villains in Australia.
Here in Australia, real, regular-sized bunnies are actually quite a problem.
Yeah.
Rabbits are an introduced species that like to eat crops and native plants. They
And
reproduce
out-compete
really
native
quickly
species, too.
and compete with native animals for food and habitat.
Yeah.
That's why some people reckon here in Australia we could be celebrating Easter with another cute, fluffy mammal in mind. The
One that
bilby.
actually needs the attention.
Bilbies are a native species which are believed to have lived in Australia for around 15 million years.
Yeah, they're
They
marsupials.
were once found across 70% of the country, and there were originally two species, the greater bilby and the lesser bilby. But the lesser bilby is thought to have become extinct in the early 1950s. Nowadays, bilbies are listed as vulnerable, with fewer than 10,000 of them left in the wild. And guess what? Rabbits are one of the reasons these little guys are struggling. Isn't that right, Cora?
Bilbies are vulnerable due to mainly introduced species, such as foxes and cats, and sometimes a little bit of competition with the rabbits and stuff as well.
So,
To help
what did
raise
some
awareness
passionate
of the
Australians
troubles
do?
bilbies face, this chocolate company decided to try making a chocolate Easter bilby back in the 1990s after a ranger suggested it. And it took off.
When we brought the bilby in, we didn't really know how popular it would be. And then after a few years, the bilby was outselling the rabbits, so we discontinued the rabbits and became bilby only.
I love
Since
it.
then, more than 800,000 chocolate Easter bilbies
See,
have
Andrew,
rolled
thank you
off
for
the
being here.
production line.
Appreciate you. You sleep
And
well, huh?
part of the money made from selling them goes towards helping bilby populations get back on their feet.
The raising of the money from the chocolates, the bilby chocolates, helps us with our breeding programs, the conservation side of things. We don't want them to dwindle anymore because we have lost a lot of Australian wildlife due to the people introduced species. So it's quite important just to recognise it, especially around Easter, just to promote them as much as we can.
So, in the spirit of Easter, I thought I'd better do my bit for the bilby and enjoy two of my favourite things, chocolate and cute animals. But I better not get those two confused. That's definitely the chocolate one.
It's good chocolate, too. So, Rosand last year actually sent me a variety of different chocolate bilbies, and I'm not sure which one I liked the best. They were all fantastic, and anyway, we'll be celebrating the bilby more this year for Easter. I'm not from Australia myself, but this is a story that I just love because we've got so many cool things about it. We've got a really interesting animal. It's a marsupial. It's endemic to Australia. It's fairly rare, and yet it's weirdly kind of like convergent upon rabbits. Like a rabbit, it's also got those long ears like that. It kind of hops when it moves. It lives in a burrow. It is not related to rabbits at all whatsoever. And yet, they're fairly similar looking. Like, that looks kind of like a rabbit, right? It is nowhere close to a rabbit. In order to find the common ancestor between a bilby and a rabbit, in order to find when they were, when their ancestors were, when they had the same ancestors, that would be probably back in the early Mesozoic. It would probably be like the earliest Jurassic period, something like that. When these groups split, when placental mammals split from marsupials. Yeah, in fact, let's pull up our Tree of Life and take a look. Yeah, it looks like a tiny roo. I mean, they are related to kangaroos, at least in the sense that both are marsupials. Let's go to mammals here on our Tree of Life. Yeah. Most recent common ancestor of fish. No, it's a little more recent than that, HD. I know you're joking. Let's take a look. So, mammals. Mammals. First branch that comes off is the monotremes, like the platypus and the echidna there. But then we get therian mammals. And so, this is the... Think of this as like the spot where you've got a common ancestor between the placental mammals, Eutheria, and the marsupials down here, Marsupialia. 160 million years ago, according to this tree, during the Jurassic, this would be like the middle Jurassic, that marsupials and placentals would have split off from one another. So, rabbits and bilbies, you got to go back 160 million years, or maybe longer ago, in order to get to the point where they converge, in order to get to the point where they shared a common ancestor. So they've been separate for a long time. Where your multituberculates at? They are, I think they're over here, Tommy Platycus. I think multis are near monotremes. I think multituberculates laid eggs, actually. Yeah. And Fish says they should have gone with a monotreme. At least they lay eggs. That's true, I suppose. But Easter bilby has got a better ring to it than Easter echidna or Easter platypus, in my opinion. And those critters get a lot of attention outside of Australia. Bilbies do not. I'm not even sure I'd be aware of bilbies if it weren't for the Easter bilby in this whole story and everything, you know? There's a lot of cool and interesting and, outside of Australia, obscure marsupials. So yeah. But multituberculates, I remember talking to Fisher about this summer. Fisher's a guy on my field crew who, he's really into mammals. And multituberculata, I think he said that multis are thought to have laid eggs. Yeah, they're an extinct order of rodent-like mammals, superficially rodent-like, not rodent-like in their phylogeny. Fossil record spanning over 130 million years. They first appeared in the Middle Jurassic and reached a peak diversity in the Late Cretaceous and Paleocene. And then they just go extinct in the Eocene, for whatever reason. They survived the asteroid impact, and they're thriving in the Paleocene, and then they're like, oh, it's the Eocene, oh, time to die. And then they just do. It could be the, like, global temperatures cooling, or it could be the rise of the grasslands. It could also just be they're outcompeted by rodents when rodents first evolved. Yeah. Multituberculates are usually placed as crown mammals outside of the either two main groups of living mammals, Theria and Monotremata, but usually is closer to Theria than to monotremes. So yeah, like I was saying, maybe they're not closer to monotremes, but they're closer to Therians. They are still thought to have laid eggs, though. Multituberculates. There's Taniolabus right there, which I think is one of the largest of the multis. Maybe the largest mammal of the Mesozoic. But, let's look at multituberculates here. Yeah. Most of them were kind of small and shrew-like. But some of them got a little bit bigger. These are mammals that lived alongside the dinosaurs, and they're known for this weird premolar tooth that they have. Yeah, there we go. So, like rodents, they've got these incisors in the front. But the really weird thing is, look at that P4 right there, premolar number 4, is just this big, weird, blade-like tooth. Probably used for crunching up seeds. Really bizarre. Just weird. And it made them really successful. It's almost like a little carnassial tooth, like carnivorans would later evolve. But yeah. Multituberculate P4. Yeah, just this big honking tooth they have there, where like their it's one of their first premolars. Do we know what their eggs might have looked like? Would they be closer to the classic bird egg with the white shell, or more like a squishy fish egg kind of a thing? Subpar umpire, they'd probably be closer to like a platypus egg or an echidna egg. Yeah. Let me show you. Let's see. Here's an echidna hatching. Take a look at this.
Monotremes, for example, don't give birth, but lay eggs that have to be incubated by the female.
Yeah, so this is a mammal.
The echidna incubates its egg in a pouch on the underside. After incubation
kind of a leathery
at 32
shell,
degrees Celsius for about 10 days, the egg hatches. The young echidna breaks open the shell and tries to free itself from the embryonic membranes.
It just looks like a little squishy jelly bean.
It looks very like the newborn marsupial, but unlike a marsupial, it has a tooth on the upper jaw for tearing open the eggshell. This tooth would make fastening onto a teat painful for a mother, but in fact, the young sucks the milk from milk patches instead.
Yeah, the mother basically like sweats the milk out
When its
from
stomach
her,
is
like,
full,
under
the
her
milk can
arms.
be seen through its transparent body wall.
Look at that. You can see the milk in its stomach right there. Because it's still translucent. Like, its body is still translucent. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's like a little mammal grub. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah, absolutely. It's a mammal larva. Yeah. Baby marsupials are the same way. They're born... Oh, man. They're so weird. Here. Newborn kangaroo. They, like, don't even have limbs. They've got these two little, like, little grabbers on the front. Here, take a look at this. So interesting. Baby bilbies are the same way. All right. Yeah. This is why we'll never have marsupial whales. You know? There you go. Might look a little gross, but because I don't think it has hind limbs yet. It's just a little bean that's got these little. Yeah. Yep. And then it can just drink milk and grow after that. So it's like they're basically born still in their larval stage. It's a little pink bean, you know, very Cronenberg, says Claire Burr, or like the Eraserhead baby. Yeah, yeah. Just wild. You know? Where is that? There's a really good figure of one, and it just looks like a little pink flesh bean with little arms. Yeah. So they're born at such an early stage of development that like they don't even have legs yet. They just have little arms. I'm trying to find you a decent... Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. They just have these tiny, tiny, tiny arms. This is a while after it's been drinking milk and developing after being born. This is not as bean-like as it would look when it first emerges from the birth canal. But yeah, it doesn't have legs, doesn't have a tail yet. It's just like, it's almost like it's got a... like wiggling around in like a little sleeping bag. With just the arms sticking out. But that's its body! That's its body right there. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Yeah. Bizarre. But that's how baby marsupials are born. So this is one after it's been better developed, Alex Vixen. This is like maybe a week after birth. So you can actually see the tail and the legs there. You can see some definition of the snout. This is not right at birth. This is more developed looking than they are when they're first born. Oh yeah. Yeah. Stop body shaming the little mammal larvae. They're just really cool. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And it's neat to think that baby bilbies are the same way. Oh, but it's 4 p.m. You know what that means? That means Metazoa has just updated. Let's go ahead and do Metazoa here real quick. Let's guess our mystery animal of the day. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's get into it. For those of you who have not seen this before, Metazoa is an animal guessing game, wherein we try and guess the mystery animal of the day, narrow it down based on an evolutionary phylogeny, a tree of life. So let's start off with not a marsupial, let's try a placental mammal this time, like we usually do. Maryspace says polar bear. I feel like we did polar bear recently. Bilbies are marsupials, they're not placental mammals, so... And they don't even have bilby on here. Bilby is not an option. But tapir, I like that, Gojira. Let's try tapir. I don't have tapir either. Maryspace, let's try armadillo. They do have armadillo. I like to start with a placental mammal because this game is very heavily weighted toward placental mammals. And bingo. It is a placental mammal, but that's as close as we're getting with that guess. Interesting. Huh. Here. Let's go to mammals. Right there. Yeah. There we go. We've got our mammals like we were talking about. We know it's not a monotreme. And it's not a marsupial. It gave us Eutheria right there. See? Eutheria? Eutheria, the placental mammals. So we guessed a placental mammal, an armadillo. This is a mammal that doesn't lay eggs or keep its young in a pouch. Instead, they give birth to live young. Yeah. But we guessed armadillo, and armadillos are xenarthrans. Let's find armadillo on here. No, stop. Armadillos. It's trying to take us to a kind of pill bug that's called an armadillo. That's not what we want. There we go. There's armadillos, which are a kind of xenarthran mammal. That includes armadillos, anteaters, and sloths, the Xenarthra, which is part of Atlantogenata. So, oh man, I shouldn't have started off with an Atlantogenata. This is not ideal, but that's okay. We know it's not within this group, or it would say Atlantogenata. It doesn't. It says Eutheria. So, it's got to be some kind of Boroeutherian mammal. Let's try and knock out this group here, Laurasiatheria. That's the carnivoran mammals, lions and tigers and bears, dogs and hyenas and mongoose, etc. Let's knock out the carnivorans, the bats, the hedgehogs, and more. Give me a critter from this group here, everybody. Yeah. Let's try. Well, moles are. I don't know if moles are. Oh, they are part of this. Common mole. Let's try mole. And see if that... Okay, it's a Laurasiathere. So it is part of this group. But it is not going to be an insectivore. Or else it would say insectivora or Eulipotyphla. It's not saying that. Instead, it's got to either be a carnivoran, a bat, or some sort of ungulate. Maybe even a pangolin. Yeah. Here, give me the name of a carnivoran. Let's try and knock out the carnivorans here. Carnivorans are the lions and tigers and bears, hyenas and martens and other stuff. Let's see. Let's try... We tried weasel recently, but let's try it again, I guess. Okay, we know it's not a carnivoran. That didn't get us anywhere. It's not a carnivoran. Good. Okay, we can knock out this group. We know it's not a carnivoran, but it could be some other kind of Laurasiathere. It is some other kind of Laurasiathere. Give me a hoofed mammal, chat. Give me a hoofed mammal. A perissodactyl or an artiodactyl. In fact, no, give me an artiodactyl, an even-toed ungulate. The cloven-hoofed ungulates, which includes giraffes and goats and hippos and whales. Whales are cloven-hoofed ungulates. Or a bison, or a... Let's see... The pod butt says sus-spa. A pig, like sus-scrofa. Your wish is my command there, Pod. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's try pig. That's an artiodactyl. Okay, we do know it is an artiodactyl. Good. Here, let's find... Pigs here. There we go. Pigs. So... we can be pretty sure it's not going to be on this branch here, whatever this is called. Pigs and warthogs and peccaries, babirussas, and etc. I'm tempted to see if it's a whale, actually. Because it could be. It could be a whale. Give me the name of a whale, chat. In fact, there's not that many whales in this game. Let's try sperm whale. Let's gulp it. It's not a whale and it's not a pig. It's some other kind of artiodactyl. Some other kind of even-toed ungulate. I wish it would... Yeah, goodness. Let's try, like, here. Let's see if it's a bovid. There's a lot of species in there. Give me one of the bovids, somebody. Cape buffalo, Will 6-2. We can try that. They don't have Cape buffalo. Let's just try buffalo. Water buffalo is the only one that it offers. Ooh. And that got us a little bit further here. This is excellent. Yeah. Excellent. It's a member of Pecora there. Which... Interesting, that doesn't come up on this tree. But these are like ruminant mammals. Ruminant artiodactyls. Let's look that up on Wikipedia real quick. And get the skinny on who is included within Pecora. Yeah. So that's sheep and telecaprids like pronghorn, giraffes and elk, and is that a mouse deer there or a? It's not a chevrotain. Who is that? Or a forest deer? Yeah, Gojirus is gonna be a pronghorn. We'll see. We'll see. Do they even have pronghorn in this game? They don't. They don't have pronghorn. Yeah. Oh, and that was a key deer. Okay, thank you, Delusionism. Yeah. Yay for Shin says moose. You know what? Let's. How can we be intelligent about this? This is the group that includes sheep and telecaprids, deer, and giraffes. So. See, deer, moose, and more are up there. Cervidae. What did we guess? We guessed water buffalo, who are bovids, but they're from, like, kind of nearer to cows, I think? Let's see where water buffalo are. Oh, they're over there. Okay, nice. So, it could still be a giraffe. Or an okapi. I guess this is probably Pecora right here, this clade. They don't say it, but that's got to be it. I think this is clade Pecora right here. It's not going to be there because it doesn't include whales, so it's got to be this. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, there's so many possibilities. Still 201 species here. Let's see. You know what? Let's try giraffe. Let's knock out that clade there. I know it's not very speciose, but yeah, shoot, that was a squandered guess. Darn it. Yeah. And we did knock out bovids. Yes. Oh, good point, Jody Fish. Good point. So it's not going to be a bovid, like a water buffalo. It's not going to be a giraffid, like a giraffe or an okapi. Let's try goat. And No, goats are bovids. Gosh darn it, I didn't know that. I didn't know caprids are a kind of bovid. What? Not doing well on this one, chat. I'm not doing well on this one. I'm gonna mess up my average here. Goats are a kind of bovid? I guess they are. Shoot. Of course they are. That was a squandered guess. So we know it's not a bovid. So we've got 137 species we've knocked out there. We know it's not one of them. It's got to be some sort of cervid. It's got to be a deer. Let's try deer. And it is a cervid. Okay, okay. But what kind of cervid? Let's look at cervidae here. There we go. Deer, moose, and more. 46 species. They're pretty diverse. Let's see. Fallow deer, Philippine deer. What was the species of deer? White-tailed deer. Okay. So when I typed in deer, it interpreted that as white-tailed deer. Let's see where they are. They're over there. Okay. So, we can be intelligent about this. It's not going to be part of this clade. It's not going to be a mule deer or a marsh deer or anything like that. It could be a... No, it's not going to be a reindeer either, I don't think. Duck, fallow deer, sandbar. Where are elk? That's a moose. Eurasian elk. Reindeer. I don't know. Part of this is that, like, I don't know which clades this game actually includes and which it doesn't. Let's try elk. And that's it. All right, we got it. Finally. Oh man, it only took us 10 guesses. 10 guesses. That is a new all-time worst score. That's okay though. That's okay. Yeah, at least you were not down to 19 before. Yeah, there you go, Jody Fish, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Worst score equals learn more. I guess so, Sparky Pugwash, yeah. That's an upside, I suppose. Yeah, still so much easier than the plants. Yeah, Goodyear. I don't really know anything about plant phylogeny. Yeah, and living mammals are not your wheelhouse. That's true, Jody Fish. That's true. Yeah, man. Look at that tree there. Yowza. Yeah. I think really what did me in was like choosing a placental mammal from a not very speciose clade. Like armadillos are xenarthrans, and maybe we should try and just pick either an artiodactyl as our first guess in the future, or a primate, or a bat, or something like that. Or a rodent, you know. A mammal from a very speciose clade. You know? Yeah. Ultimately, like, that first guess makes or breaks you. So, let's remember that for tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were looking for the ideal Wordle first word. Lol. There you go, Fish. Yeah. Yeah. And you happen to try sheep first. There you go, Niffler. So that would put you right there. The sheep are already artiodactyls. They're already ruminants. That would put you really close, right at the beginning. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader, I like to try the globe one. There's a globe one, Patrick Crusader? Can you give me a link? I might want to try that right now. 'Cause that sounds interesting. Yeah. And, yeah, it's called Metazua there, Birds of Dead On. I'm no specialist, but we got it in 3. Oh, Will, holy cow. Yeah, and globegame.com, Roseanne. Oh, global. That's interesting. Every day there is a new mystery country. Your goal is to guess which country it is using the fewest number of guesses. Okay, click the globe to play. Enter the name of any country to make your first guess. So how does it narrow it down? I don't know if I understand. Does it do it by continent or region or... Will62. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Really appreciate it. Good stuff, Will62. Good stuff. Thank you. For your generosity. There's now 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you. Thank you, Will62. Thank you. Here, maybe actually, let's think of a continent that's got a bunch of different countries. Let's try Africa. Let's go with Tanzania. My first guess. Let's see if that, as I'm learning how this works. Drag, click, and zoom in on the globe to help you find your next guess. Okay. Tanzania. Oh, closest border. (4,860 kilometers. Or about 3,020 miles. I'm actually better versed in miles than I am in kilometers, being an uncouth American, so we'll switch to miles for this. Sorry, everybody. 3,000 miles away. It could be in Southern Asia, or it could be in Northern Africa. Let's try Morocco. Morocco is warmer. Okay, closest border 335 miles. It's probably somewhere in Europe. 335 miles. Let's try France? France is cooler. Uh-oh. Okay, it's somewhere else in Africa. We could try Togo? Togo is warmer. Okay. Let's try Algeria? Algeria is cooler. Shoot. Equatorial Guinea is cooler. This is tough. This is a tough one. Oh man. Sudan maybe? Or Niger? I think Niger is right there. Well, let's try Niger. Niger is warmer. Sudan? Sudan is cooler. Morocco was the warmest so far. Let's see. Ghana, maybe? Ghana is warmer. Okay, but not as warm as Morocco was. Who's up here? I forget. There's Western Sahara. There is, where did Togo? The Gambia. Is adjacent to the answer. Well. Who is here? Senegal and Senegal. Well, well, well. It's got to be Senegal.
Hold on to your butts.
And there it is. That's really neat. That's really neat. I like that. I like that a lot. Global. Spelled like Wordle. There's a capital city version as well? Oh no, Roseanne. I'm not gonna be good at that. Yeah.
Jump! Jump!
And Hez helps.
Your cousin Marvin Berry.
How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
New sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Hez helps. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. There's Worldle, too. Where you have to guess which world it is. And Akron is Senegalese, I think. I'm pretty sure Akron is in Ohio, Ongoy. Yeah. Anyway, this is fun. I'm gonna stick to Metazoa, I think. But this is neat. Thank you for introducing it to me, chat. I appreciate it. Yeah. I know it's a completely different country. Interesting, Patrick Crusader, huh? Huh. Anywho. Have I tried GeoGuessr? I have. I didn't like it very much, HD. I feel like there's a steeper learning curve with that. I don't know. Yeah. And a Worldle. Not M33. Well, that's interesting. Country, territory. Let's try, Mongolia. Yes. Oh, I don't know how this works. Yeah, this is not nearly as intuitive. I like the other one better. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. Good stuff. Now, there was another video that came up earlier today. That I was kind of delighted to find. And it's not showing up here in my history. What in the world? Sometimes Google Chrome is just really buggy. It's mildly irritating. Where I just gotta go to my YouTube history in order to be able to find it. Or let's see. There we go.
Some of the biggest.
So this video just came out a couple days ago. 5 days ago. And it presents an interesting question that I think is kind of right up our alley here on Paleontologizing. Where are all the tiny dinosaurs, is the question. I'm suddenly feeling kind of hungry, so I'm going to play this and I'm going to go grab a banana. I will be right back, chat. I'll be right back.
So some of the biggest dinosaurs were really big. Paleontologists have noticed this a long time ago and asked a lot of questions about how it is that they got so big. But what is often overlooked is even the smallest dinosaurs were not really that small compared to many vertebrates alive today. We've occasionally found some pretty small dinosaurs, but they all turn out to be babies. So if I found a mouse-sized dinosaur, I would be so surprised and excited. Hi, I'm Roger Benson, and I'm the Macaulay Curator of Dinosaur Paleobiology at the American Museum of Natural History. Now I'm here in the Big Bone Room, which is a storeroom where we keep hundreds of giant dinosaur bones from the late Jurassic but I'm also interested to study the fossils of much smaller animals, like this one.
There we go.
Often because it's much easier to find.
You know, Jack Horner also asked the same question. Where are all the tiny dinosaurs? Where are all the little ones? And I can show you that clip real quick here. There we go. And there we go.
The cause for a premature extinction. Now, I assume that we remember dinosaurs, and there's lots of different shapes,
I found dried fruit instead of a banana.
A long time ago, back in the early 1900s, museums were out looking for dinosaurs. They went out and gathered them up. This is an interesting story. Every museum wanted a little bigger or better one than anybody else had. So if the museum in Toronto went out and collected a tyrannosaur, a big one, then the museum in Ottawa wanted a bigger one and a better one. And that happened for all the museums. So everyone was out looking for all these bigger and better dinosaurs. And this was in the early 1900s. By about 1970, some scientists were sitting around and they thought, what in the world? Look at these dinosaurs. They're all big. Where are all the little ones? And they thought about it, and they even wrote papers about it. Where are the little dinosaurs? Well, go to a museum, you'll see. See how many baby dinosaurs there are.
But
people
not many.
Assumed, and this was actually a problem, people assumed that if they had little dinosaurs, if they had juvenile dinosaurs, they'd be easy to identify. You'd have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs. And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos, and scientists like to name dinosaurs. They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named.
This is something we need to remember.
And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different.
Even if it wasn't a new species.
Of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs. In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson at the University of Pennsylvania actually realized that dinosaurs grew kind of like birds do.
Because birds are dinosaurs.
Than the way reptiles grow. And in fact, he used the cassowary as an example.
Yeah, lovely Thursday birds.
The cassowary, or any of the birds that have crests on their heads, they actually grow to about 80% adult size before the crest starts to grow. Now think about that. I mean, they're basically retaining their juvenile characteristics very late into what we call ontogeny. So allometric cranial ontogeny is relative skull growth.
Dino Wolf says, wait, is this Jack T-Rex is a scavenger Horner? That's Jack Horner, yeah, but Jack never actually published on that in the scientific literature. I'm not convinced Jack ever actually really thought that Tyrannosaurus was only a scavenger. It seems to be something he would use to just kind of like rile up people in documentaries to get them to think about how do we test ideas in fossil science. Basically a way to like get dinosaur fans to just think about how do we test ideas. Not convinced that he ever actually thought that that was the case, you know? Spicy statement, basically, says Alexander Morrison. I think so. Like, almost a bit of, like, science education trolling with purpose. I don't know. I used to work for Jack. Yeah.
Okay? So you can see that if you actually found one that was 80% grown and you didn't know that it was going to grow up to a cassowary, you would think they were two different animals. All right? So this was a problem, and Peter Dotson pointed this out using some duckbill dinosaurs, a thing called Hypacrosaurus. And he showed that if you were to take a baby and an adult and make an average of what it should look like if it grew in sort of a linear fashion.
Yep. So this is like, use a computer and you get it to spit out a model of like what it should look like if this is the baby and if this is the adult. At 50% growth, it should look like this. But when you find ones that are 50% grown or even 65% grown, they look more like the juvenile than they do like the adult. Like that crest there really hasn't inflated until they're reaching like really near to their full adult size. It's really interesting stuff.
It would have a crest about half the size of the adult. But the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all.
Yeah,
so this was interesting.
Still no crest.
So this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dotson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have. But scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different.
Yeah.
Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one.
Yeah, we do that through what we call histology, which I should really make a sound command for that too. But let's see. Sculpin says, could crests arise with sexual maturity? It seems like they arise after sexual maturity, which is really interesting. There is a cool paper by Sarah Wernick. Yeah. Here we go. There's one, and then there's one. She's done a number of different publications on Tenontosaurus here. But, yeah, the ontogenetic osteohistology of Tenontosaurus. So basically, Sarah was able to determine that Tenontosaurus is this ornithischian dinosaur. You almost never see it in like children's dinosaur books unless it's being torn apart by a pack of hungry Deinonychus. It's this long-tailed ornithopod dinosaur. And then, yeah, see, it's always just being torn asunder by Deinonychus. Yeah. Sarah was able to demonstrate that by cutting open the bones and looking at the growth trajectory of these animals, that some of them were actually pregnant before they were at their full adult stage. I saw a really cool talk that Sarah gave about this, and I think it was entitled Teen Pregnancy in a Dinosaur. The osteohistology of Tenontosaurus. So this is before these animals have reached their full adult size or full adult-like shape, and they're already, they've got evidence of, there's like medullary tissue in there, showing that like this one Tenontosaurus was gravid. It was about to lay eggs. Yeah. Medullary cavity diameter. Yeah. Man, this shows up. I've word searched for this for medullary real quick, and it shows up 88 times in this paper. Holy cow. Just because medullary cavity is a very common phrase in this paper, but we're looking for medullary bone, which appears 5 times. This bone histology of this specimen was described briefly by Leon Werning because it exhibits medullary bone, a specialized bone tissue deposited in the marrow cavity of birds and other dinosaurs prior to egg laying, and used as a labile source of calcium for eggshell production. So basically, when these animals are getting ready to lay their eggs, there's almost like a temporary storage tank where some of that calcium goes before it goes to form the eggshell. They basically store this temporarily in some of their long bones, like their leg bones or their arm bones. And if you find that layer of bone tissue inside in the medullary cavity, you go, oh shoot, this one's a female and it's getting ready to lay eggs. That makes sense? Anyway, and so this particular Tenontosaurus that Sarah was looking at was not skeletally mature. It's like almost like a late-stage juvenile or something. And yet, it was pregnant. It's really interesting. Yeah. And this is where the new knowledge is often first published. There you go, Find Your Keeper. Yeah, so this is in a journal here. In the journal PLOS One, Public Library of Science. Journal 1. So anyway, yeah. The first dinosaur that this was ever found in, as Jody Fish is referencing there, was a Tyrannosaurus specimen. Yeah. Here. Take a look. Yeah. So this is Mary Schweitzer here. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you want to hear more about it, but it's really, really cool. Soft tissue in a dinosaur fossil. Cool stuff. Anyway, do we have a video with Sarah Werning about dinosaur osteohistology and that kind of thing? Here's a talk that she gave at the University of Utah.
I just wanted to
There we go.
Hello, thank you for coming. I had to put this talk is about looking at dinosaur bone tissues under the microscope, which is a very in the lab focused thing, and I just wanted to establish that I had been outside at some point. So. All right.
I met Sarah. When I was in high school, she was doing was it her master's or her PhD at Berkeley? When I was volunteering there at the museum in Berkeley. So I even occasionally helped her out with slides and stuff like that, with grinding down some of those histo slides and that kind of thing. Mostly just fetching materials while she did the real work. But it was pretty cool being able to talk with her, and yeah. Me just as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed high school student talking with and trying to help out a dinosaur paleontologist at the time. That was pretty awesome. Formative experience.
All right. This is, actually, it's probably my favorite dinosaur-themed graffiti. And I like it to kind of help us think about the type of science I do. We have the dinosaur skeletons, and you've seen plenty of them downstairs, and there's a lot of information you can get about how the anatomy of a dinosaur was, how tall they were. You can look at some of them and they seem like little biggish tanks, I think was what Michelle said in the last talk. You can see some that look like they're long-legged and thin-legged, looks like they're really well-suited for running. But there's a lot of the biology, there's a lot of the anatomy of these animals that you can't really get to just from the skeleton. Or if you do, you have to kind of use the skeleton in unique ways. And so I'm a biologist by training, and I'm interested in a lot of the other aspects of these animals, things that you can't get from looking at the outsides of the bones alone. So there are lots of questions that we can ask.
It's at Berkeley.
Using just that anatomy, the external parts of the bones of the skeleton. Which was the first dinosaur, how many kinds, which was the tallest at any rate. But there's a lot of things that come that you might want to know just how they were as...
Anyway, I need to watch this. I'll give you a link to this right now, Chad. But we really kind of need to ascend from this rabbit hole and get back to this new video, which got us started on this whole tangent here. Where are the small dinosaurs?
From the late Jurassic. But I'm also interested to study the fossils of much smaller animals, like this one. Often, because it's much easier to find the fossils of large animals, they're just easier to see because their bones are large, we end up studying as paleontologists some of the biggest animals that lived, and that includes giant dinosaurs. But small animals are important today. They make up almost all species on Earth, and the same was true in the past. So if we really want to understand ecosystems of the past and where the diversity of animals that we see today came from, so its evolutionary origins, then we need to know much more about small-bodied animals. Over the last 10 years, I've particularly spent a lot of time in the Middle Jurassic of Scotland, in places where we don't really find many dinosaur bones, but we find the bones of much smaller animals. When we're looking for small animals, we get our faces right up close to the rock, and we're looking for tiny, tiny bones that we just couldn't see if we weren't crawling around on our hands and knees. We go through a lot of trousers this way. And
I think this is actually there's an illustration of that pose that you do when you're looking for fossil mammals. Let me show you. Fossil mammals in the Mesozoic. Is it in here or was it in here? Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find you this illustration. I think it's got to be in here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe it's in this one. There's a funny little raid troll illustration of looking for fossil mammals. Hands and knees. There we go. That's it right there. Yeah. Ray Troll's illustration of fossil mammalogists, paleomammalogists on the prowl. When you're looking for tiny little fossil mammals from the age of dinosaurs, this is what you got to do. When you're looking for small fossils in general, yeah, it's true.
And we're looking for animals. We get our faces right up close to the rock, and we're looking for tiny bones that we just couldn't see if we weren't crawling around on our hands and knees. We go through a lot of trousers this way. And these are fossils whose bones are so small that it's physically difficult for us to extract them from the rock. And we're really able to explore these fossils and understand their importance just thanks to new technology like CT scanning. So the CT scanning allows us to look inside of a rock like this, but we haven't physically extracted the bones, but we can digitally peel away the layers of rock and study the animal inside and then understand
exactly, Alexander Morrison,
the evolutionary history. So in the big bone room, I'm surrounded by the bones of some of the biggest dinosaurs that ever lived, and those are the giant, long-necked sauropod dinosaurs that commonly weighed around 40 tons, and the biggest ones, animals like Patagotitan or Argentinosaurus, could have weighed 60 to 70
I was actually
tons.
cruising the
Now,
fossil
that is much
freeway
bigger
there,
than
Claire.
the largest land mammal today. So the biggest elephants might weigh up to 8 tons, and that's about 1/10 of the size of the largest dinosaur.
Very close, Claire, very close.
The smallest dinosaur.
Well, where have we seen this before? I wonder. I wonder where we've seen this specimen before. Under here, maybe? No. Under here? No. Where have we seen this? Alexander Morrison says, "On thine wall, behind thy backside." Oh, hang on. Camera's frozen again. You mean over here? No. Exodor says it's AI generated. It most definitely is not. This specimen was discovered back in the 1870s, I believe. The Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. Yeah, a clue, says Roseanne. Is that a... I was thinking more Dora the Explorer, but I guess that's probably a Blue's Clues thing, isn't it? My goodness, that's a blast from the past. Yeah. But yeah, this is in, well, this is my 3D printed replica of the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx, so called because it is in the Museum für Naturkunde, I think, in Berlin. Anyway, Berlin Archaeopteryx. There we go. Museum für Naturkunde. Sorry, I don't speak German, so I'm sure I butchered that. But, yeah. Gorgeous specimen. Anyway, saw a cast of that in person on Wednesday. Very cool miscreation. Very cool. Yeah. Good stuff. And Murph said Natural History Museum London. That's the London specimen, which was the one that caused a big stir before the Berlin specimen. The London specimen looks like this. It's not quite as angelic, I suppose. It's not quite as like perfect in its pose or anything. But it's still gorgeous. Holy cow. Yeah. This is the one that kind of vindicated old Chucky D, old Charlie Darwin. When he was talking about transitional forms between different kinds of creature, like between reptiles and birds, for instance. It's good stuff. Yeah, more roadkill-ish. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Let's get back to this.
Dinosaurs include small predators like Microraptor, but also small herbivores like the ornithischian or bird-hipped dinosaur fruited ends.
Yeah.
And these animals weighed, at their smallest, about 1/2 kilo or 1 pound. That's about the size of a big rabbit. Now 1/2 kilo seems small to us. It's about half the weight of a typical bag of flour. But actually this is big compared to many living groups. So a mammal that weighs 1/2 kilo is in the 75th percentile of mammal body masses. So 3/4 of mammals are smaller than that.
That's
and
nuts.
9/10, so 90% of living bird species are smaller
Mammals
than
just
that.
aren't very good at being big.
Almost all lizard species are smaller than this.
On
as
land,
well.
at
The
least.
same is true for amphibians. So it seems remarkable that the smallest dinosaurs were actually quite big animals compared to many other species on Earth today, but also in the past. Now you may be thinking, but hang on a second, I know there are tiny birds like hummingbirds that weigh just a few grams, and you keep telling me that birds are dinosaurs. So how is it that birds are able to be tiny when other dinosaurs weren't? In the early Cretaceous, about 100...
It's not that dinosaurs weren't able to be tiny. All dinosaurs were born tiny. And then they generally get bigger. It's not like dinosaurs are incapable of being small. It's just that that didn't confer advantages to them, and so that they didn't exploit those niches in that way. Like it. Yeah, I don't know.
20 million years ago.
In beginning, there you go, Finder Keeper. Yeah,
rich
yeah.
fossil records of early.
Hi, Ren Mao. How are you doing?
And
Welcome,
then,
welcome.
In a blink of a geological eye, suddenly.
And Pandarius, howdy, howdy.
Smaller than any other dinosaur that ever lived. And this is really a biological enigma. Not only that birds were able to do something that's unique among dinosaurs.
No, it's not an enigma. Being small allows you to be lightweight. It's easier to take off from the ground. It's easier to fly. That's not that big a. It's not that big a mystery, honestly, in my opinion. You know, yeah, yeah.
But also that it seems to happen so quickly and so early in bird evolution. So we have this unusual situation where the ancestors of dinosaurs could be tiny. The living descendants of dinosaurs, the birds, they're able to be tiny. But dinosaurs themselves seem to be forbidden from being tiny.
That's a really odd way to word that. The dinosaurs were forbidden from being tiny? It's like, no, they were able to grow large. What are you talking about? Dinosaurs were forbidden from being unsuccessful. What? I don't understand that. I guess it's like, if you're trained as a mammal person, maybe this is kind of how it's your mode of thinking, you know? It's like, well, you know, most animals today are small, and, you know, it must mean being small is really good and allows you to be really successful. It's like, no, that's obviously not true for dinosaurs. They're able to grow tremendously large. The largest animals to ever walk our Earth. Longer than the biggest whales. Some of them got to be heavier than jetliners. Just incredible creatures. And being super small did not confer advantages upon them. So they didn't stay small. I don't know. It's just a weird way of looking at things. Yeah. Yeah.
Tiny, but dinosaurs themselves seem to be forbidden from being tiny. And we don't really understand that, but it seems really important that we should if we really want to understand dinosaurs and their biology.
I think a huge part of this is also just ontogeny and like ontogenetic niche partitioning, you know? Understanding that when dinosaurs grew and matured, they changed a lot. They're probably occupying different niches at different stages of growth. And so there maybe isn't room for like a whole bunch of different niches for smallish dinosaurs.
Ontogeny.
Especially in certain environments, because the juveniles of the larger dinosaurs would be hogging those niches. You know? I think that's a huge part of it here. I wonder if he's going to bring that up. It doesn't seem like people from the UK are keen on this idea, like, at all. And maybe I'm stereotyping here. But that's just my impression so far. It's been primarily American paleontologists who have brought up this idea that, like, ontogenetic niche shifting is maybe something that characterizes Mesozoic ecosystems and makes dinosaur-dominant ecosystems different from ecosystems today. That's not an idea that I've ever really heard anybody... Well, no, Denver Fowler, noted example, but, you know, he works here in the U.S., and he's very much an American paleontologist in that sense. But yeah. Anyway.
One of those reasons is maybe we just didn't find the fossils. Now that could happen because firstly it's hard to find small things because they're small. It's hard for us to see them in the first place. But it could also happen because small animals have more fragile bones that preserve less readily, so their fossils don't occur in the first place. Now both of these explanations are unlikely because dinosaurs lived alongside much smaller animals, including lizards, mammals and amphibians. And we frequently find the skeleton of these small animals that lived alongside the dinosaurs. So it seems very likely that genuinely tiny mouse-sized dinosaurs just didn't exist in the first place. So we need to look for biological explanation.
And it's kind of funny that he brings that up, tiny mouse-sized dinosaurs, because there is a dinosaur actually called Mosaurus. The mouse lizard is what the name means. And it was, it's definitely on the small side, this critter. It is not a big animal. Come on, Nat Geo. Unauthorized use is prohibited. No, I know. I'm just trying to make that larger so we can... Goodness, I'll find it in this book. I got a picture in this book. Trying to use this for educational purposes, and NationalGeographic.com was like, nope. All right. It's in this book here. Talking about Mosaurus. Where was it in this book, though? Paging through, paging through. Let's see, go to the South American stuff. There we go. Yeah. Got it. There we go. That is the skull of Mosaurus right there. The mouse lizard on a human finger. That is the skeleton of this animal. There in a pair of human hands. Now, it's interesting. When I was a kid, in a lot of like children's dinosaur books, and even just like general dinosaur books for adults too, Mosaurus would sometimes be listed as the smallest dinosaur. Oh, the mouse lizard, it's so small, it's so small. Mosaurus is so tiny. And even in the novel by Michael Crichton, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, The Lost World, you've got a description of Mosaurus being super tiny, about the size of a large mouse or something. One of the characters encounters it, and I'm not sure if Michael Crichton realized that it's a baby. It's not an adult. We have adult Mosaurus skeletons, and they're significantly larger. You know, they're not huge animals, but we've got a small juvenile and an adult right there. Actually, the adult's got bigger than that also. But, yeah, an adult would look something like this. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know, it's just kind of interesting that, like, you know, for a while there, it seems like there were some people who thought, oh yeah, well, we've got these tiny mouse-sized dinosaurs. It's like, well, no, they're definitely just babies. And, Scholar Acorn, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah.
And we frequently find the skeleton of these small animals that lived alongside the dinosaurs. So it seems very likely that genuinely tiny mouse-sized dinosaurs just didn't exist in the first place.
Ontogeny.
So we need to look for biological explanations. So what is it about dinosaurs that meant that they just couldn't get so small? So perhaps it's possible that dinosaurs, with their reptile-like methods of getting food, but their somewhat mammal and bird-like hot body temperatures, were somehow physiologically and biologically unique in a way that forbid them from having small adult body sizes.
Forbid them from... Oh.
Now this is something we can try and model mathematically, and confusingly, it doesn't really provide a good explanation. It could explain why dinosaurs might be slightly larger than other animals, but but it doesn't explain the fact that in general, even the smallest dinosaurs are much larger, 100 times larger than the smallest birds, the smallest mammals, and the smallest lizards. So
I mean, a big part of this is just who you evolved from in the first place, too. It's like if your ancestors are fairly large, and it seems like the first dinosaurs, like the ancestral dinosaurs, would be about the size of like a medium-sized dog, about the size of like a German Shepherd, maybe. Critters like maybe Eoraptor. And yeah, Eoraptor. Whereas the first birds were significantly smaller than that. The first true mammals were way, 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 way smaller than that. Probably about the size of a shrew. I think that probably has something to do with it. It's like, in the common ancestor of all modern members of a clade, the size that they're at, like, that will have some determining factor over what the average body size will be of its descendants. To some extent, I think. Because it's like, it's more difficult to evolve much larger or much smaller body sizes than what your common ancestor was. I think that's probably something to do with it, And that might seem like a no-duh kind of a thing to say, but there it is. Wasn't the bird's ancestors large? No, Patrick Crusader, small. Small. I mean, like, Archaeopteryx here. Oop. Archaeopteryx here, not a big animal, It's like maybe the size of a crow. If this is indeed the ancestor of modern birds, which it's probably close, but we don't know if it is, like, close to the direct ancestor of modern birds. So yeah, we know that birds evolved from small two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Critters like Anchiornis is probably pretty close to the ancestor of the birds. It's not a big animal. Yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? And this one is life-size. Yes, Baja Spencer. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Mammals, template small, dinosaurs big, fish, don't care. Good cheer. You don't care, or fish don't care? Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's just, and like, throwing statistical models at something like this, I kind of wonder what that could really give you, but I don't know.
We can try and model mathematically, and confusingly, it doesn't really provide a good explanation. It could explain why dinosaurs might be slightly larger than other animals, but it doesn't explain the fact that in general, even the smallest dinosaurs are much larger, 100 times larger than the smallest birds, the smallest mammals, and the smallest lizards. So we still have a lot more work to do to really understand this enigmatic feature of dinosaur biology.
I think a big part of it is probably ontogenetic niche partitioning. And Kat Schroeder has got a wonderful talk about this. She's an up-and-coming dinosaur paleontologist. She's like directly studying this in a way that I think is really interesting and important. Here, take a look at, let's see, we're at 2120 right there. Let's go back to the beginning. Yeah.
So just as a quick roadmap, we'll start with a bit of an intro on some modern ecology, specifically why body size is such an important trait for animals. We'll discuss a little bit of what we know about global body size distributions of modern vertebrates so that you guys kind of have a roadmap, an understanding of what we see and what we kind of expected from modern ecology. And then we'll compare that with non-avian dinosaurs. And so for the rest of this presentation, when I say dinosaurs, I am referring to non-avian. So no birds for this demonstration or talk. And then after we talk about that, we'll discuss a little bit of the effect of taphonomy on the fossil record and how that applies to body size. That will bring us to our first question regarding what local scale or small scale body size distributions of dinosaurs look like and what they tell us about dinosaur ecology. We'll then look at the
absolutely
drivers behind dinosaur diversity, and specifically focus on ontogeny, which is how animals grow, how they change through growth. We'll do a quick sum up.
And let's see, 21, 20. This is really, really interesting because there was a big question for a long time, like where are all of the smallish and like medium-sized dinosaurs, especially when we talk about carnivorous dinosaurs.
Different kind of situation though. So when we look at the carnivores, we see where that bimodality comes from in that overall community set, right?
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta.
W.M. Steadbot.
Of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
Yeah, monsters like W.M. Steadbot. No, you're wonderful. Thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot.
Unlike the herbivores, carnivores actually have their highest diversity in small body sizes. So they're the exact opposite of the global distribution. They are fairly diverse.
This is going to pertain to our topic, I promise.
Carnivores in general just don't mirror their global distribution, and again, indicating that there's an ecological driver in their body mass distribution. So interestingly, the bias against small dinosaurs in the fossil record doesn't really appear to be affecting the carnivores at the local level. And then we have this really distinct gap, right? And this is the crux for the rest of the presentation. There is a super low diversity of carnivores between 100 and 1,000 kilograms. This is really weird, right? It's over the commonly cited threshold for size bias. Remember, Behrensmeyer was finding that in modern organisms, anything below 100 kilograms was kind of missing. Brown et al. Found that anything below 60 kilograms was kind of missing. This is actually above that. This is some fairly large animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities. In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of our communities. And just to give you a context, this isn't a small gap, 100 to 1,000 kilograms. If we were to apply a similar mass distribution, so if we were to take what carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger.
This is Kruger National Park in South Africa. There used to be a channel here on Twitch called Wild Earth, and they would actually do like live tours of Kruger National Park, live safaris. It's really, really cool. They're not on Twitch anymore. At least not in the way they used to be. You can find them on YouTube, I guess. But really, really awesome stuff. Really, really cool channel. Anyway, these are some of the carnivorous mammals that you see in Kruger National Park.
We would actually lose all of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So clearly, there's something going on here. This is a significant gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above what we find as the bias in most instances. And when we do the math, cool actually, we do find that there is a significant...
Isn't that neat, science? Yeah, this is such cool stuff. Like, remember I was talking yesterday about how when we were having our discussion, Balint, can we get a shout out for science streams real quick? When we were talking about like what do we expect in terms of dinosaur diversity in a given assemblage, I was saying that like dinosaur environments, dinosaur ecosystems, dinosaur dominated ecosystems seem to be different from what we see today with modern mammals. So like say for instance, Kruger National Park, you've got all of these different sizes of mammals where like these are their adult body sizes here. For dinosaurs, it's very different. There's this enormous gap right here between the big guys and the little guys who tend to be pretty diverse. And little is still big by mammal standards, but yeah. Anyway, Yeah, so like when you apply that to, say, Kruger National Park,
or carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like, and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger, we would actually lose all of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So
holy cow.
Clearly, there's something going on here. This is a significant gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above what we find as the bias in most instances. And when we do the math, actually, we do find that there is a significant correlation between the size of the gap and the size of the largest carnivore in the community. So there's something else going on here. This isn't just...
Yeah, I'll just kind of give you the punchline right here after I give you the link to this talk, which is really, really cool. And I recommend checking out the whole thing if you're interested. I would really love to collaborate with Kat Schroeder on some upcoming projects because I've got some stuff that's kind of... yeah, it's related to this. But basically, the idea is that the juveniles of these big carnivorous dinosaurs are filling that gap. They're like, we don't have medium-sized, like, meat-eating dinosaurs in a lot of these environments because there's no room for them. They get muscled out by the juveniles of the really big guys. Because since dinosaurs hatch from little eggs, and they've got to grow to their full adult size, probably moving through different ecological niches through their ontogeny, that basically you don't have medium-sized theropods in a lot of these environments. Because these guys are already hogging those niches when they're at half size. That makes sense? It's cool stuff. It's really cool stuff. So, in some ways, dinosaur-dominated ecosystems might look completely different than modern mammal-dominated ecosystems. Just like a totally different dynamic in terms of biodiversity. You might have far fewer dinosaur species in any given environment than you would have of mammals because one dinosaur is occupying a bunch of different niches throughout its lifespan, whereas mammals tend to be one mammal species per niche. So we wouldn't really expect to see high dinosaur species diversity in any given environment. Does that make sense? It's like a different way of dominating ecosystems than we see today with mammals. It's really cool stuff. And then it says lions have juveniles. Here's the thing, and mammals. Here's a hot take. You ready? Mammals don't have juveniles. They don't. Not ecologically speaking. They just have tiny versions of adults that get big. Let me explain. I know that's absurd. Let me explain to you what I mean here. When a mammal is born, and I mean this of all mammals, whether they're placental mammals or marsupials or monotremes for that matter, all mammals feed their young with milk. Which means that the babies aren't running around and having to make a living eating small critters and stuff. They're just feeding on milk until they can eat what the adults are eating. And oftentimes they stick around with the adults. Mammals tend to be pretty good at parental care. There are not a lot of like precocial mammals that are running around doing their own thing after they're born. They generally stick with the adults. And so they effectively are just like a little clone of the adults, basically, feeding on milk until they can eat what the adults are eating. Dinosaurs are probably not like this. And we actually have evidence of this. There was a paper that just came out recently. Where was this? Business Insider. There we go. One-of-a-kind Tyrannosaur fossil helps explain why these predators ruled the top of the food chain. Yeah. So there's a juvenile Gorgosaurus here, and it's got bones preserved within its gut cavity of a small Oviraptorosaur dinosaur, or rather 2 small Oviraptorosaur dinosaurs. So this is not a fluke. This dinosaur has eaten the legs of 2 different little Oviraptorosaurs. So this is a juvenile of a big Tyrannosaur, and it's eating smaller dinosaurs. It's probably not eating what the adults are eating. Really cool stuff. I talked about this with Balint a couple months ago. A couple months ago? A couple weeks ago? I don't know. But really cool stuff. Yeah. So yeah, Charlie's Dragon says, yeah, young lions don't eat small rodents or birds. They stick with eating wildebeest and zebra like the adults, because the adults feed them. You know? Yeah. Until they're big enough to fend for themselves, and then they just eat what the adults are eating still. And just the legs? Yeah, just the legs, HD. Yeah, pretty much. And crocodile archosaurs aren't as likely for such an upbringing as, like, mammals do. Yeah, crocodilians today are also doing something similar, where, like, the young are eating little bugs and frogs and little fishes and stuff like that. They're eating something different from what the adults are eating. Even if the adults do exhibit parental care, guarding the young and stuff like that, which a lot of crocodilians do today, they're not feeding the young. And that might also be true for dinosaurs like this. Like this right here.
A byproduct of poor fossilization. We don't find the gap in communities that don't have carnivores over 1,000 kilograms. And that's where we get this term megatheropod, right? So when we're referring to megatheropods, we're not just talking about megatheropods because they're big. We're actually talking about them being megatheropods because they could actually be changing the actual structure of the community around them. This brings us to question 2, right? What is causing this persistent gap in carnivore communities? We see it in a majority of the communities. There seems to be some kind of interaction with the megatheropods, but we're not entirely certain what that interaction is.
Anyway, again, really, really cool talk here. I'll give you another link, but this might go a certain direction in, and also explaining the last video that we were watching.
So some of the biggest
where are all the
dinosaurs
tiny
are really
dinosaurs?
Big. Paleontologists have noticed this a long time ago and asked a lot of questions about how it is that they got so big. But what is often overlooked is even the smallest dinosaurs were not really that small compared to...
That's the thing, is that dinosaurs would have been pretty common in their environment, and there would probably be a lot of hatchlings running around doing their thing and, like, occupying some of those small animal niches. It's not like we've got a bunch of different small-bodied dinosaur species running around because there's no room for them.
Ontogeny.
Because the newly hatched representatives of larger species are already kind of hogging those niches. I think that's a big part of this. Yeah. And crocodilians do the whole ontogenic niche partitioning thing throughout their younger years. Exactly, Alexander Morrison, yeah. And maybe we can find a clip of that. Yeah. Watch baby alligators hunt at night. Let's take a look at this.
Tucked away amongst the sawgrass, alligator nests have been incubating eggs for...
No sign of disgrace or failure.
Oops, kapoots.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, Oops Kapoots. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Thank you for helping me prevent extinction here for myself for the past 7 months. Thank you. Good stuff.
For 2 months now.
Yeah.
They're built around the roots of small trees, which anchor them as water levels rise. A female guards each one. Patient.
And Sculpin... Uh-oh. Brace for impact. Sculpin, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that support.
With those 5 gift subs.
We've got the end of this stream and then tomorrow's stream to try and get to our sub goal. I don't know if we're going to make it, but thank you for getting us a little bit closer there, Sculpin. I do really appreciate that. Thank you, Sculpin. Lovely. Appreciate your generosity.
Patiently waiting for her young to emerge. And by August, the first babies have hatched. At just a week old, they're perfectly camouflaged. Bright yellow stripes make them invisible among the dried grass.
And thing 1 of 2. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Oh, look at that. Look at all those chickens. Good stuff.
Grasses the nest is built around. At this age, they spend their days close together in pods, under the gaze of their watchful mother.
Dinosaurs are put together correctly, the bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never...
Uru Kato, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here's a link to that video. And Claire, did you already post that? Nice. Uru Kato, yeah, welcome. Good to have you here. Anyway, yeah. So oftentimes when we're talking about dinosaurs, something we brought up yesterday, we...
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Reagan Nation.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Kabuki. They have
Thank you for
given
gifting Kabuki there, Reagan
146
Nation.
gift subs in the channel.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Oftentimes when we're talking about dinosaurs, when we're trying to figure stuff out about dinosaur biology that might be unknown, stuff that doesn't readily fossilize, stuff that's hard to study, when we're trying to think about dinosaurs in the right way, when we're trying to form our hypotheses in a way that makes sense, we use this framework here. This is like a little visual representation of what we call the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. This is not just true for dinosaurs, but you could do similar things with all kinds of extinct critters. You do extant phylogenetic bracketing. So you look at the closest living relatives, like for dinosaurs we've got crocodiles and birds, figure out what we know about these guys, and we can use that to inform how we think about dinosaurs. So crocodiles are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. They share a common ancestor with dinosaurs further back in like the earliest Triassic period. And birds literally are dinosaurs. Birds evolved from dinosaurs in the Jurassic period. Probably like the middle Jurassic, or thereabouts. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. So birds are dinosaurs. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs. So we can use crocodiles and birds, and what we know about them, to inform the way that we think about dinosaurs when we're forming hypotheses and that kind of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And given that birds are living dinosaurs, and today is Thursday Birds Day, it's probably about time we got started with that, huh? So let's get into Thursday Birds Day here, chat. Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week, and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Well, happy Thursday Birds Day to all of you. Let's take a look at some of these birds that were submitted to the Discord by members of this community. Let's celebrate Thursday Birds Day. Our first one is from Ms. Art Rules here. A white-crowned sparrow or a golden-crowned sparrow, and look at that. I love a kind of a mystery bird here. I wonder if other people posting an opinion about this. But white-crowned sparrows, I used to see these in the Presidio in San Francisco. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life here. White-crowned sparrow. Yeah. Down there inside of aves, and then passerine birds and sparrows, and the white-crowned sparrow. It is a sister taxon to the golden-crowned sparrow. These two diverged pretty recently. Holy cow. Only like a third of a million years ago. Very nice. I wonder if anybody else has got opinions on this, if it's a white-crowned or a golden-crowned sparrow. I would say probably white-crowned, but of course I would say that because I've seen them before and I like them, and they're really cool. Silly little man, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But very cool. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. Thank you, thank you. Tommy Plodicus says, I've never seen a hummingbird in person until now. Are you serious, Tommy Plodicus? Just back from a vacation to Cuba and spotted a few around the hotel. Difficult to capture on camera? Oh, Tommy Plodicus. Are you from the UK? Do you not have hummingbirds in the UK? From the UK and living in Canada. Hummingbirds are New World only? Is that right? Wow, I didn't know that. Well, hummingbirds, holy cow, are the smallest dinosaurs in the world. I'm not sure which species this is right here, but it's very cool. And actually in Cuba, you've got the world's smallest hummingbird, which is also, as far as we know, the smallest adult dinosaur which has ever lived. Or at least the smallest we know about. Melisuga helenae. Yeah. Here, check this out. Here.
Smallest bird on Earth. The bee hummingbird.
Yeah.
Barely larger than the bee it's named after. Almost everything about this hummingbird is special.
Very cool. Way smaller than Mosaurus. Even smaller than a hatchling Mosaurus.
They can beat their tiny wings an incredible 80 times a second.
Wow. Chat, I bet most of you in chat can't even flap your wings that fast. 80 times a second? Wow. Pretty cool.
Tiny size makes them tasty prey for snakes, birds, even spiders. Nothing about the bee hummingbird's life is easy. They
just
may
practice,
visit
you know?
over 1,000 flowers
You'll
a
get
day
there.
on their eternal quest for nectar. The males are the
That's almost the
show-offs
whole
of the
year.
family.
Park, yeah.
Their dazzling head feathers, usually irresistible to the less colorful females. But this lady's showing no interest. She has already mated.
Alas.
For her, it's nesting time.
Yeah. So, despite being the smallest bird in the world, the bee hummingbird actually produces the largest nest of any living bird. It can be the size of a Costco or a Walmart. That's not true at all. They also have super tiny nests. Watch.
The whole nest is smaller than a golf ball.
Yeah, look at that.
The mother will lay 1 or 2 eggs the size of coffee beans. And then all she can do is wait.
And
3
incubate.
weeks must pass before she'll know if all is going to plan. 3 weeks have passed since the mother hummingbird laid her tiny eggs.
Look at those tiny, tiny babies. So I don't think they actually feed their babies nectar or like the same stuff the adults eat. I'm pretty sure they try and go after higher protein meals like spiders and mites and little insect guys and stuff like that. I think. I know other hummingbirds do that. I'm pretty sure bee hummingbirds do the same thing. Full-size humans. I don't think they feed their young full-size humans, but that would be pretty impressive.
And 2 healthy
mosquitoes
chicks have hatched.
Nice.
Blind and helpless at birth, the chicks grow explosively, doubling their weight in just 4 days.
Wow. Chat, I bet most of you can't even double your weight in 4 days. Step it up, chat. Step it up, you know? These birds are putting you to shame.
Bee hummingbirds are so scarce, and their tiny
never done
nests
that many
so
things.
hard to find, that this is a scene rarely, if ever, filmed before.
Lots of Thanksgiving enjoyers in chat. Nice. Speaking of Thanksgiving, by the way, I think it's the first time I ever put this up on our... you can't even really see it. Your turkey is the dinosaur infographic that I made several years ago. Yeah. Again, we'll be talking about that this Thanksgiving. Do some cool stuff with that this year. I think we will. Anyway, it looks really good in the frame. Thank you, Claire Bird. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It does look pretty good in the frame, I think. Yeah, use the infographic at Christmas. Oh, very cool thing. I'm glad. I hope it was well received by you and yours. That's pretty cool thing. That's pretty cool. And Ridla, I'm glad you're here for Thursday Birds Day. It warms my heart to see how many bird enthused people show up for Thursday Birds Day. It's pretty wonderful. And thank you for the hydrate, Mariel. Here. Let's back to our hummingbird. And to sustain rapid wing beats during flight and hovering, hummingbirds expend the human equivalent of 150,000 calories per day. Wow. That's like a person eating an entire school bus filled with children every single day. I don't know. I just made that up.
18 days after hatching, the chicks have already grown their flight feathers. In just a couple of days, they will leave the nest for good, and with luck, live up to 7 years.
Wow.
A whole new chapter in the story of the world's smallest bird.
Oh, it's so cute. Bee hummingbirds are wonderful. The world's smallest dinosaur. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And really cool that you got to see your first ever hummingbird in person, Tommy Platycus. Congratulations. I hope it was a magical moment. I'm really glad you're able to share that with us. Thank you, Tommy Platycus. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And Charlie's Dragon. Oh man, this is delicious. We've got a bird photo, a bird trace photo. A bird walked here. Theropod footprints, most like the Eurasian magpie or jackdaw, along with some mammal prints from a cat in the snow. No actual bird present, but I thought it looked neat. This counts. This counts, Charlie's Dragon. Nicely done. Nicely done. Good stuff. You can see the hallux in the back. There we go. Let's look at these theropod tracks here. See that pronounced hallux in the back? The digit 1 claw there. This is probably the left foot, because the hallux is curving in this way, it looks like. Yeah, digit 1, 2, 3, and 4. Really nice. And those might even be tail drag marks there, from the tail feathers. Cool stuff. It's got very corvid hop-like drag marks. There you go, Ridley, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Aerospace agrees. They're probably tail drag marks. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Pretty cool stuff. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for posting. It's excellent. And Charcone has got a Carolina Wren for us. Living the simple life, singing, and then preening. Wow, let's listen to that song and watch that preen. Might help if I turn the sound on. Unmute site. There we go. A beautiful sound. It almost sounds like it's almost an underwater quality to that call. Something about it like almost sounds, I don't know. Interesting. It almost sounds like water dropping or dripping. Bubbling. Yeah, very bubbly, Kleber. Yeah. Or a warble. Yeah. That's pretty neat. We have tons of Carolina Wrens here. Cool, Castle Dreamer. We do not have many Carolina Wrens where I live, as far as I know. Yeah, not a bird I've really encountered in the wild. Vocal gargle. I like that, Finder Keeper. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Merlin ID did his one sculpt and disagrees. Merlin has been known to get false positives. Huh. And Mirror Spaces, I hear those all the time. Never knew who was doing it. Yeah, probably a wren. Yeah, wrens. Very cool. Very cool. And no Carolina Wrens on the West Coast. Yeah, that makes sense, Green Heron. They're called Carolina Wrens. I wouldn't expect to see them along the Pacific Coast. But yeah, yeah. Yeah. And hey, it's Evolution. Welcome, welcome to Thursday Birds Day. Good to have you here. Thank you for posting, Charcone. Good stuff. Yeah, let's go with this. I don't think that's a Carolina Wren. Interesting. And what is this? We've got some geese doing some. Oh, hang on. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch this. Here. No, it's not letting me. I'm sure it's good stuff there, Lady Fiend. Thank you for posting. Yeah. Alexander Morrison's got an emu resting and preening in the early morning sunshine. I can easily imagine dinosaurs such as the ornithomimids performing this exact behavior all those years ago. Well, let's have ourselves a look here. Yeah, look at that. It's... I see this and I immediately think ornithomimid. Yeah. Probably would have had a similar lifestyle to these guys, I think. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for posting. Excellent. Yeah. Nova Silence is not the best pictures, but we had a new visitor in the front yard today. Scaly-breasted lorikeet having a great time. Scaly-breasted lorikeet. Oh, there it is. It's so well camouflaged. It took me a second. Can you find it, chat? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. That is a supremely well camouflaged bird. Holy cow. It's a little easier when we see it head on like that. Here it is. There's that beak and the eye. I can see why it's called scaly-breasted, because it's got these kind of like yellow mottling there. It's like those feathers overlap, and some of them are yellow and some of them are green. It does look kind of scaly. That's pretty neat. I've never actually heard of this bird before, Nova Silence, not being from Australia. But that's lovely. That's really nice. And did you take this through a spotting scope or something? Or could this, maybe it's a screen on your window, but like this kind of black haze on here. It's like when I try to take pictures through a pair of binoculars, trying to like get the lens of the smartphone camera pressed up against the binoculars at just the right angle. Yeah. Mayor Space says there's also a hidden ice cream cone, boomerang, and tractor in the photo. Nice. That's through the window. Nice, Nova Silence. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Very cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Mayor of Space says, I believe this is a Mississippi kite. Photo taken at the Audubon Center for Birds of Prey. Ooh, very cool. A Mississippi kite. That sounds like it should be a blues song or something. Let's see if we can find a video on these critters, because I'm sure they are going to be interesting. Mississippi kite. M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-P-I. Kite. Oh, cool.
Mississippi kites are among nature's best flyers.
Huh.
So acrobatic and efficient are they that they may be the only bird species that does full barrel rolls just for the fun of it.
Oh, cool. Oh, man, we need that sound clip right there, you know? Yeah.
Do a barrel roll. They soar at great heights, plummeting to capture insects and often eating them on the wing. And we're lucky that they nest in Kansas. July finds young birds in high platforms, awaiting insects, frogs, and even small birds caught by their busy parents.
There you go, Claire, yeah.
Watching these skilled flyers is a treat.
Oh, a little frog.
But
Poor
there
frog.
is a slight problem. Kites are extremely defensive of their nesting territories, and they like to nest in the tall trees of city parks and golf courses, places where humans also like to congregate.
That's okay, they're just golfers.
Catch a grouchy bird, and it might knock your hat off. There's little danger of real injury, but it's unnerving to be swooped by a hawk-sized bird at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, holy cow.
Brave souls
That's
might
so
break
cool.
and run when in the sights of an angry kite. Today, I filmed a number of aerial attacks directed at me as I went close to an active kite nest.
I should make that an alert. That's really
Only in
neat.
slow motion can one see the marvel of each bombing run.
Yeah.
I was brushed by tail feathers maybe 10 times.
Write that down.
But no harm or pain resulted. Watch as the drama unfolds.
Oh, there's like cat boogers on my notepad. Gross, cats. Ugh. That's so neat. Ooh. Oh man. Very cool. Very, very cool.
This nesting phase lasts only a couple of weeks, and then kites and man part company. Young birds learn to fly. In September, large flocks of kites assemble and head for wintering grounds in South America, leaving the autumn skies overhead absent.
You got a pretty big migration there. Very
Watch
cool.
them while you can. I'm Mike Blair in the Kansas
It's so
outdoors.
cool seeing the caudal feathers like that go. I mean, that's really neat.
Watch them while you can. I'm Mike Blair in the
Like
Kansas
ailerons on an airplane. Very, very cool. That's so neat. That's so neat. Here's a link to that video right
Has
there.
gifted a tier 1 sub to J Glassworks.
Good stuff. And thank you, Tommy Platicus, for that gift sub there. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Tommy Platicus. Good stuff. Yeah. The better than airplanes, definitely. Claire Burr. Cool stuff. Thanks for posting, Mayor Space. What a neat bird there. Holy moly. Yeah. I like how they're big, scary birds, but they only know how to do a warning shot. They're not like the little Australian magpies who try as hard as they can to hurt you. There you go, yeah. 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 The Lanita has posted some gulls chilling on a light in a parking lot in Fort Worth. Classic Thursday Birds Day fare here. Gulls. Gulls are underappreciated, in my opinion. Unless you live in Utah, in which case they are worshipped as gods. But in most parts of the world, gulls are severely underappreciated. And I like you showing them some appreciation, Lenina. I really do. Thanks for building this nice perch for us. Yeah, I know, right? Find your keeper. Fort Worth gulls. Gulls are awesome. It's evolution. They're really cool. They're cool birds. Laridae, an underappreciated family of birds. Highly adaptable, fairly charismatic, I think. It's because they're so successful that I think people don't like them. You know? Haters. Haters gonna hate on a successful bird, you know? But, you know, sometimes you just gotta... Sometimes you gotta just tell the haters to not hate so much. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta, you know... Just gotta stand up to that kind of, that attitude. And gulls are good at doing that. And Cassie Dreamer says, wow, gulls so far from the ocean? Gulls live all over the place. They live in landlocked states. They live in the center of the United States. You'll find gulls in Oklahoma, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Montana. I think we had gulls in Montana. We had to have. Yeah. They don't only live near the sea. Yeah. crow in our tree making bizarre noises at his bird friends this morning. It's really cool how neat corvids, like the neat sounds that they can make. Yeah. Finder Keeper says that is the perfect photo, by the way. Isn't it? It's unfortunate that it's probably not real. Like, it's too perfect. This has got to be faked. But I still like it, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Lenina, for giving us a chance to talk about gulls again. Yeah, gulls are so punk rock. I know, right, Lenina? Like, let's see. I don't know if I can find that. Shoot. I tell you, Google Images is just deteriorating. Here's another bird being defiant. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you, Lenina, for posting that. Oh, and we've got another fish-eating bird right here. Emily. Danny said you like wading birds, so here's one of my local Florida favorites, the tricolored heron. Look at that. Oh man, I love herons. They're so cool and weird, and we have a lot of them here where I live. Different kinds of herons. We've got like 4 species of heron. 4 or 5 species of heron / egret that live right here where I live. Which is really cool. But a tricolor heron. Very cool. I wonder where they fall out on the heron family tree. Oh, amniotes heron. Tricolor heron. There we are. Very cool. Egretta tricolor. You know, it delivers what it promises. They're next to the reddish egret and the little blue heron. Wow. It's a little trifecta of colors thing. Trifecta of herons and egrets. Herons and egrets, they're like... yeah. There are herons within genus Egretta, and there are egrets within genus Egretta. And then there are herons within genus Syrigma too. Interesting. Anyway, herons and egrets, there's not really like a strict distinction between them. They're common names, I guess. So yeah, bitterns too. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Emily, really, really nice stuff. Excellent. What a beautiful photo. Love me some herons. Axeman has got a bright red northern cardinal perched above a creek near my house. This is the state bird of 7 states, including mine. It is kind of a shame how many states have got the same state birds. Between like 3 different birds, it's like the majority of U.S. states. The northern cardinal is like 7 states. The western meadowlark is like 6 states. I think the mockingbird is several states as well. And the robin also. You know, let's look at a map actually of state birds. State birds map. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, goodness. there's our western meadowlark there. North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Oregon, Nebraska, and Kansas all have the western meadowlark. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. Northern cardinal, they all border each other too. What were you thinking? Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, and North Carolina? How is North Carolina state bird the northern cardinal? Shouldn't it be like some kind of Carolina wren or Carolina parakeet or something like that? Goodness. U.S. states do better. I don't know. Proud to be a Californian. We've got the California quail. And there is... Oh, is that the California Gulls music that I hear there? For the state of Utah? Utah's state bird is the California gull. It's a funny story. I've told it many times before. I will not tell it right now. But yeah, Arizona's cactus wren at least makes sense. Yeah, see, that's a solid bird right there. The cactus wren. And the greater roadrunner for New Mexico, a solid state bird there. Also South Dakota with the ring-necked pheasant. It's a good choice. Unique. No other birds have the ring-necked pheasant. So yeah. Yeah. New Mexico has the coolest bird. It is a very cool bird. A roadrunner like that? Yeah. And Massachusetts is the chickadee? Yeah, it looks like a black-capped chickadee. It looks like Massachusetts and Maine are both black-capped chickadee. Yeah. Yeah. A landlocked state got a gull? They've got tons of gulls there, Wombat Hole. Whoa, do you not know this story, Wombat Hole? Do you not know this? Are we gonna do this again? I feel like we do this in half of every Thursday Birds Day. Like, out of all the Thursday Birds Days we've done, I feel like half of them we've done. Are you tired of this yet, Claire Burr? Or should we do it? When we get gulls? Yeah, I know, but like people ask about the gulls and the... Yeah. Claire Burr says, nah. Does that mean, nah, let's skip it, or nah, let's do it? Yeah. Why is there no goal commands? Smurf. There could be. Anyway, long story short, gulls are considered, they're basically worshipped as gods in the state of Utah. They are considered divine beings. Yeah, the miracle of the gulls. Yeah. It's part of like LDS mythology, Mormon mythology in Utah. The miracle of the gulls. It's a long story. But yeah, you know, one year the crickets got bad and so the gulls came and ate them because food. Yeah, it didn't actually happen though. That's the thing, is that like scholars have actually looked at the primary sources on this. And like it didn't actually happen. Yeah, the primary sources written by people who lived at the time, like the actual like Mormon settlers at the time, they wrote about the plague of crickets. They did not write about gulls descending and devouring them en masse. That was like a later invention, but that's become like the whole story. It's definitely a nice story, Finder Keeper, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. I'll probably find you a source on this too in case you're curious. Miracle of the Gulls. There we go. Yeah. While it's absent in contemporary accounts, so the people who were alive at the time who went through this did not write about gulls at all. They didn't even mention really gulls. Later accounts stated seagulls miraculously saved the 1848 crops by eating thousands of insects that were devouring their fields. Yeah. There's some traditional story, historical review. Anyway. There is a link there. If you're curious. But yeah. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly, and then she died. Well, about whole end of story, right? It's a short book. She swallowed a can of Raid to kill the fly, and ironically, the fly survived. She did not. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Back to Thursday Birds Day here. And cardinals. Oh, because we were talking about state birds. That's how we got on this. Anyway, very cool. That's a lovely cardinal photo, Axeman. That's really beautiful. Look at that. You can even see all the little face feathers there. What a remarkable little creature, you know? You can see why people were mystified by birds from time immemorial. Why people thought they were almost like divine beings, like gulls in Utah. It's like, well, shoot, what are they similar? They're not like any other creature on Earth. Where did they come from? They have to be divine. Well, no, turns out they're dinosaurs. And that honestly makes birds even cooler than they were before. Neat stuff. Yeah. Bet Medler has got some early morning turkeys in the neighborhood. I would have got closer, but my dog was vocal about the fact that he didn't care for them and they appeared to take it personally. Yeah, you do not want to get in a fight with a gang of turkeys. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's, that is a thing. Take a look at this.
All right, this evening an Oakland community is rallying behind an animal who's known for some pretty foul behavior.
That's right, KPX5's Don Ford on the effort to save Gerald, the turkey.
The Morecambe Rose Garden here in Oakland is a very pleasant and serene place. Until you run into Gerald. Gerald is a huge male turkey. He lives full-time in the Rose Garden, usually somewhat tame, but recently very aggressive. This turkey jumped on you?
He just walked towards me and hit my hand really hard.
Hard?
It really hurt.
Yeah.
I thought he had broken a bone or something.
The attack left Steve
boy.
bleeding. Several reports are
Lucky
coming
to have
about Gerald
survived.
attacking lots of folks for weeks.
It's the very extreme end of an aggressive male turkey. So there's mating season. Somebody has been feeding the turkey, so has
Always
really
a problem.
Yes.
Oakland is working with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to capture Gerald. Traps are set. Sexy decoy, stand ready. And the plan is to relocate, not kill him. Folks say he's been hiding for days.
Gerald will jump at you, get you with the beak, and, you know, I knew pretty early on that I needed to back away. But then I've seen Gerald really chase some folks around the park, especially some of the elderly folks. You know, I worry about them a little bit.
This afternoon, I searched the park for Gerald, but only found these hens and their large chicks. Gerald nowhere to be seen. And despite the attacks, he is still liked.
We love Gerald the turkey because, of course, we don't want anybody to get hurt.
Right.
But we also want people to understand that this is his home and how to act and treat wild animals.
Meanwhile, until he is captured, signs warn visitors not to feed or harass wildlife, especially turkeys.
there's been a number of attacks, but I think it has a lot to do with he's protecting his family.
In Oakland, Don Ford, KPIX5.
I am pretty darn sure that I have met this turkey in the past. Because I don't know. Let me find the photos here. I'm pretty sure that it was Gerald, but I'm not a 1,000,000% sure.
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
California Burbs.
Free Gerald.
Gerald was freed. He was relocated to the Lafayette Hills, I believe, or the Moraga Hills. So hopefully he's still doing his thing away from people. But California Burbs, thank you for your 22 months of support, and happy Thursday Birds Day to you. Hope you're having a great day. I hope the birds have been lively in your neighborhood. And again, it's great to have you here. Here, I'm looking for those pictures of what might be Gerald, because this is near my old neighborhood. And is there a chance a package just arrived? Maybe? I don't know. Do you know something I don't, Claire Bird? Should I go check? Because I could do that. If you think it's at risk of getting swiped or something. Man, I've got so many bird photos from... Right when COVID started, I would go on really, really long walks. And that's also when I got started with iNaturalist. And there's so many bird photos. Peregrine falcons, etc. I don't know if I'm going to find the Gerald photos now. That's okay. Claire knows a lot of things you don't know. I know. Of course that's true, HD. I meant about a package, though. Might be exciting. Well. Here, speaking of turkeys, let's play one more turkey video and let me go check the mail, Claire. There we go. I'll be right back.
I stopped you for your speed right over here. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna come over there again. Hey. Here. You're not getting a ticket. We don't want you to get a ticket.
There was a package. Yeah.
He's vicious!
Yeah. So our turkeys here in the Bay Area, they've got attitude. Yeah. But feathers aren't scary. Exactly, right, Lenina? Yeah. What could this be? Let's open this up and...
So,
You know what this is, chat?
because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Coffee Rocks, thank you
Happy
for the 8 months of
Subversity.
support.
One more month to go.
I do really appreciate that. Thank you, Coffee Rocks, for your ongoing support. A Munsell color book? Holy cow. Holy moly. Is there a packing slip? I don't know who this is from. But shoot, let's open it up. This is something that if it is what I think it is, this is really important. Holy moly. Wow, wow, wow. Munsell Soil Color Book. This is something that is used by geologists, by paleontologists, by soil scientists, by archaeologists too. And I've never had one before. These can be extraordinarily expensive. Wow. It's genuine. I know who if there was no note, or maybe they want to remain anonymous. I mean... Green size, and look at the... This is the real deal right here. Chat, this... I have... Oh, man. But let me tell you something. When I was working in the Hell Creek with Denver Fowler, he had a Munsell color chart like this that I think he borrowed it from the Earth Sciences department at Montana State. And he cautioned us about its use. He's like, everybody on the crew, be aware that we have a Munsell color book in camp. He says, this thing, this is an older one, but we got to make sure that we really, really take care of it, because it is worth more than all of your lives combined. He didn't say that, but he's like, these things retail for like an absurd amount of money. And I never thought I would own one. This is incredible. This is very, very cool. So when we're out in the field, we use a chart like this to try and determine, like, what is the actual, like, proper value for each of the colors that we describe. Because different people will have different descriptors for different colors. This allows you to make objective assessments of what color something is. At least it makes it easier to be more objective, to be less subjective, This is fantastic. Holy cow. Some very, very generous person has decided that I should own this, and I am deeply, deeply grateful. Holy cow. Thank you, Lenina. Can I say who sent it? Do they consent to me making a big deal about this? Because this is incredible. Yes. Reagan Nation. Holy moly, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Holy moly. Holy moly, Reagan Nation. I am deeply grateful. Holy cow. I promise I will use this only for good. And you will see me use this in the field this summer while I'm doing live streams there. I bet. Yeah. Let's see if I can find a... Yeah, let's try this.
Using the Munsell Soil Color Book. The Gilson HM519 Munsell Soil Color Book is an affordable tool for evaluating the type of soil that is present within a given area. This established and accepted process to assign soil color is especially useful in the geotechnical engineering profession and building and construction industry. The Munsell Soil Color Book has tabbed colored range charts as well as charts for tropical and
that wasn't appropriate use. Thank you, Claire. Yes,
Australia and Southeast Asia soils, very wet mineral soils, as well as a page to describe white soil such as carbonate, silica, gypsum, and soluble salt particulates. 3 elements are used when accurately describing the color of soil within the Munsell Soil Color Chart: hue, value, and chroma.
So things that I'm familiar with from my work in
color,
art.
Such as red, yellow, blue, or in-between hues like yellow-red.
Wow.
Hue is abbreviated as R for red, YR for yellow-red, Y for yellow. Numbered 0 through 10, that is preceded with the R, YR, or Y. Number values change within the hue color chart in 2.5 increments. Within each letter range, the hue becomes more yellow and less red as the number increases. For example, 2.5.
Anyway, really cool
represents
stuff.
The color's intensity, saturation, or relative vibrance on a scale from 0 to 8.
Neat stuff. Holy cow. This is not cheap. Thank you, Reaganation. I deeply appreciate this. Thank you very, very much. If you didn't already have a VIP next to your name there, I wish I could give out a double VIP, you know? Awesome. Really excellent.
What are dinosaurs?
And Lisa the Secubrit, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Well.
Lisa the Secubrit and their 7 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
The Secubrits. Lisa, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. How did your stream go? I don't think I've ever seen you here before, but thanks for joining us. Welcome. If you're here for the first time, which it seems like you might be, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a fossil scientist, as you probably know already. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. It was great to meet you. Yeah. My first time, I was browsing people to raid, and I love dinosaurs. Well, Lisa. Dinosaurs are my whole life. This is what I'm all about. We're actually in the middle of Thursday Birds Day right now. Lisa, are you aware that birds are living dinosaurs? They're the only group of living dinosaurs. And
Reaganation gifted a tier 1 sub to Lisa the Secubrit. They have given
thank you, Reaganation. Incredibly generous of you, Reaganation. Holy moly. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. You wanted to be a paleontologist when you were a little one? Well, you stick around here, and that love for fossils will hopefully be rekindled a little bit, and appreciate you. Thank you, Lisa. Good stuff. Yeah. Do we... I don't know. It's getting a little late. I don't know if we want to do a welcome video yet, or... How many birds do we have left to get through here? Oh, we've got a fair few. You could end with one. I could, Lenina, but then people will... Oh! This might decide it.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well,
Below
another raid.
this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome.
America and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Lily Maraki, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh, what's this? And thank you for the raid messages there. Drazy Queen, Zupilan, Crimson Clover Blossom, and Sammy Han Solo. How are you all doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and, well, if you're wondering why in the world a dinosaur paleontologist is here on Twitch, then hang on a second. Previously recorded Danny is going to tell you all about that in just a minute here. But first off, Lily, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for being here. Thanks for raiding in. So Lily and Lisa, 2 raids in quick succession like that. That is definitely enough to summon previously recorded Danny. So without further ado, let's call him forth. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, how I came to be here on Twitch, what this whole thing, Paleontologizing, is all about. So thank you to both of you. Can we get one more shout out for Lisa the Succubrat and Lily Maraki? Or Maraki? And
they were finding fossils.
Edu ENV and Drazy Queen, thank you for the follows. Welcome, welcome. Previously recorded, Danny, it's your time to shine. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you very much to Lisa the Succubrat and Lily Maracchi for those raids. Welcome to the channel. As Claire Burr was pointing out, that is
every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is
Mommy Does, thank you for the 200 bits, and Zupelon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you, Mommy Does, for that support. We're in the midst of Thursday Birds Day here, chat, where we talk about, for those of you who are just joining us, where we talk about how birds are living dinosaurs, and various members of this community have posted bird photos in the Discord for us to go over. Just looked at this lovely tricolor heron from Emily. Oh, and then we got distracted in the best kind of way. Reaganation sent this in the mail, and it just arrived here. This was a gift. I had this on the Amazon wish list, I believe.
is a Munsell color chart that I can use in the field for looking at the different colors of rocks and soils, and taking more detailed notes, just being able to gather more scientific data in a more objective way. Rather than saying that the rocks look kind of brownish, instead we get actual numeric values for the different colors using this. Very excited about that. Very excited about that. So anyway. Let's get back to our Thursday Bird stuff, shall we? I'll use it for the powers of good. I will try my best, Reaganation. Yes, indeed. Thank you again. Oh yeah, we had this lovely cardinal from Axeman. Those turkeys from Bat Meddler, very good. Elephant Man 321, Celtic Elephant on Twitch. Says, happy birthday, y'all. This week I bring you an African spoonbill. Very cool. Searching for grubs in the heart of the Amboseli National Park in Kenya. Oh, spoonbills are very, very cool birds. They're related to ibises, I think. We have roseate spoonbills here in the United States. Probably closely related to the African spoonbills, but let's see. Let's look up African spoonbill here on our Tree of Life. Yeah. Zeus. There we go. African spoonbill. Platyleia alba. The Eurasian spoonbill and the black-faced spoonbill are close relatives. And then... That's nuts. The yellow-billed spoonbill is more closely related to the Asian crested ibis than it is to other spoonbills? That's kind of wild. We've got the royal spoonbill and then the... That's weird that you've got, like, ibises nested in among the spoonbills like that. Roseate spoonbills are over here. They're not even close relatives. Holy moly. So the African spoonbill is more closely related to ibises than it is to, like, the roseate spoonbill. This shows that spoonbill like this is not really like a proper group. These are just like not super closely related birds that independently evolved this kind of spoonbill shape to their bill. That's really interesting. Huh. Convergent evolution. Yes, indeed, Sculpin. So yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Isn't that cool? Its evolution really wild. Interesting. Very interesting. Here, let's look up on Wikipedia. Maybe they have something to say about this. Spoonbills. Spoonbill genus of birds. Platyleia is the genus. Global distribution found everywhere except Antarctica. Wait, roseate spoonbill is also genus Platyleia? Wait, what? This seems to be telling a different story from the Tree of Life over there. From the one zoom tree. This is like more conventional. This is what I would expect, is that spoonbills are all related to one another. But that's not what this is saying. This is putting our roseate spoonbill in here, in with white-shouldered ibis and red-naped ibis. Genus Pseudibis. This might be wrong. This tree might be... There might be a goof here. Wild. Wild. They have traditionally been thought to form two subfamilies. Plataliinae, in the family Thresciornithidae, which also includes the ibises. Molecular studies, including a 2013 study, have suggested instead that they form a clade within the family of several cosmopolitan ibis genera, separate from another clade of New World ibises. Okay. Instead, they form a clade within the family of several cosmopolitan ibis genera, separate from other clades. Interesting. So I guess their taxonomy is still kind of in flux. We still don't really know who is most closely related to whom in terms of ibises and spoonbills. That's really, really interesting. I wonder if there are ornithologists who get really heated about this kind of thing. I bet you there are. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Think they should be identified by their personal preferences? I doubt they care very much, Ungoy. They've got more important things to worry about. It's not up to them how they classify them. Interesting. Huh. Pretty cool. And weird and interesting. Thank you, Celtic Elephant, for posting that. Let's take a closer look at that photo there. It's African spoonbill here. Very nice. It looks an awful lot like the roseate spoonbill, but I would expect them to be closely related, but maybe they're not? I don't know. More genetic ancestry? Yeah, absolutely, Celtic Elephant. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Now, Layered Trop says, white-faced heron? 2 minutes from my home, apparently it's a local. First time I've ever seen it, though. Yay, birds. Yay, indeed. Yay, birds. Yeah. A white-faced heron. I'm not even familiar with these guys. Let's go to herons. Let's find the white-faced heron. Whoa. Well, there's herons and egrets. Very close to the... So they form a clade with the ibises and the spoonbills. What's that clade called? Herons are Ardiidae. So border RDI. So RDI also includes the ibises and spoonbills. Cool. So this clade right here should be called RDI, but they don't list it in this on this platform. Anyway, herons and egrets. Let's find the white-faced heron. And there it is there. Egretta Nova Hollandiae. Wait, hang on a minute. Is that like New Holland, like the name for... Part of Australia was named New Holland, wasn't it? Are you in that part of Australia there? Layer Trop? Perhaps? New Holland, yes. New South Wales? Tasmania, interesting. Oh no, not Indonesia, Sculpin. Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch. And I had an Indonesian roommate when I lived in Montana. Back in college, and he did not have kind things to say about the Dutch. Maybe understandably, but yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Layer Trop, very cool. Look at that. Look at that lovely bird. It looks like a white-faced heron. Oh yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Good stuff. I like how I'm always learning new things about birds every time we do Thursday Birds Day. And hopefully some of you are learning new things too. Many of you already know more about birds than I do. This is always such a joy. Hyacinth that's got a pair of Muscovy ducks. They do look like Muscovy ducks. Look at those scraggly faces. Nice. Very cool, Hyacinth. Thanks for posting.
Sculpin says rats. No, I think they're ducks. Just kidding. There you go, Camellia. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Trace. Howdy, howdy. Good to have you here. Yeah. There you go, Ungo. Yeah. Yeah. The Muscovy ducks. I think they're probably... Most ducks that I've encountered have been pretty chill. Seems like ducks and geese have got very different temperaments. But let's see. Muscovy ducks.
These ducks are native from Mexico to South America, though their range expanded to southern parts of the U.S. in the 1980s. Feral populations of Muscovy ducks can be found in other parts of North America and Europe. These feral populations are larger than wild populations. Wild Muscovy ducks are typically black with iridescent feathers and look more agile than their feral counterparts. Feral populations of Muscovy ducks may come in a variety of colors, including all white. They range in weight from 4.5 to 9 pounds and have a 4.5-foot wingspan.
That one looks awful weird. Looks different from the rest. I do, earnestly though, I do wonder why they're called Muscovy ducks, because, like, Muscovite, that sounds like Moscow, like Russian. They're not from the hemisphere. They're from South and Central America. Interesting. Yeah. And Gottmakillis says, I have a quick question. Is it true that dinosaur bones are radioactive and thus can't be on show in museums? No, it's not true. That's some TikTok nonsense there. Oh man. I'm not mad at you, Gottmakillis. I'm mad at the people spreading nonsense on TikTok. Yeah. There are, in some rare cases, certain dinosaur fossils can be radioactive, but that's only like from very specific places, like from eastern Utah. And it's because those are found near like uranium mines and stuff like that. Most dinosaur fossils are not radioactive, not more than like background, you know. But yeah. Anyway, I can show you actually a clip about radioactive dinosaur fossils. I think I have that saved, don't I? Let's see. Uranium. There we go. Yeah.
But in 1979, Jim Jensen searched a new site at Dry Mesa in Utah.
So this is in one of those few places where
you can find dinosaurs with a Geiger counter.
You can't actually find them that way.
Bones have absorbed uranium oxide from water as they fossilize.
And Jam240, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
This time, he struck it rich and came home with a gigantic shoulder blade from an animal that resembled a brachiosaur.
Yeah, Ultrasaurus, which now we call Supersaurus. Ultrasaurus is probably just a very, very large brachiosaurus. Like, this is probably just a very, very large brachiosaurus scapula here. It's a long story. It gets complicated. There are a lot of mix-ups in there. That's not how he found it, though. He didn't find it by using a Geiger counter. It just turns out it's kind of a parlor trick that we can use with dinosaurs from that very specific part of the world, from the Colorado Plateau. Some of them are mildly radioactive, but not to a dangerous extent or anything, you know? Like, here he is right up next to it. Yeah. And Jam says, thank you. I'm excited I found someone on Twitch that knows and talks about fossils and dinosaurs. Not only that, I dig up dinosaurs live on stream. Jam, I'll show you that in a minute. But yeah.
Nothing so huge had ever been found before. Using models of bones of a brachiosaur scaled up to match the shoulder blade, Jim Jensen built a reconstruction of a foreleg of the animal he calls Ultrasaurus.
Yeah, it just seems to be a very, very large brachiosaurus.
It's a big animal. It's a big animal.
Its head was high enough to look in at a window on the 5th floor of a building.
Yeah. It's a cool critter.
The dinosaurs were supremely successful.
That could be an alert right there. Yeah. Anyway, your great grandpa and grandma were paleontologists. Really, Jam? I might know their names actually if I don't want you to dox yourself or anything, but you wouldn't mind sharing. There's a chance I might know them. But yeah, this past summer of 2023, I was out digging dinosaurs in eastern Utah. Oh, I'll just move it back afterward. Live on Twitch, no less. Yeah. No, they did not wait in the water all day. Brachiosaurs and other sauropod dinosaurs were very much land animals.
Let's go bring the camera over and set
dry
those up
land.
there. Yeah. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, streaming to you live from eastern Utah right now. There's our quarry with our crew in there. We're going to go join them in a second.
Oh.
But hello, everybody. It is great to have you here, and glad you could make it. It's going to be a short stream today because we are actually going to be taking a break, given that it is Sunday, and we've been out here for almost a week so far. We typically work like 7 days a week, but this week I guess we're going to make it 6.5, something like that. 6 3/4. But yeah. For those of you who are new, you're wondering how in the world this works, being out in a remote Utah desert streaming on Twitch. How does that work? Well, there's our satellite dish right there, linked up to a solar battery setup. And here's our router. Make sure that's nice and high so it goes down to the quarry there. But, yeah, it is great to have you here.
Good stuff. Anyway, here's a link to that. You can find all of the videos there on the YouTube channel. So yeah. And Class Calico says, this is slightly off topic, but it's odd to me that we very rarely refer to long-necked dinosaurs as sauropods when talking about them to children. Guess that people think it's too complicated? In my experience, children are sometimes more likely than adults to know what a sauropod is. If I'm speaking here to all of you, I will say sauropod usually. Unless we have like a bunch of raiders coming in, and then I'll say sauropods, long-necked dinosaurs. But if I'm talking to like an audience of adults, like in real life, people who I assume don't know anything about dinosaurs, I will usually say long-necked dinosaurs. If they're kids, I might say sauropods, because kids are more likely to know that than their parents, But yeah. Oh, they were antique dealers. Oh, okay. Well, Jim, that's fine. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Do you ever feel cringe seeing yourself streaming, Danny? I got over that a long time ago, Thordal. It's one of those things where you get used to it after a while. Yeah. But yeah, it's all good. And no worries, Jim. No worries. Anyway, let's get back to... We were talking about Muscovy ducks, because it is Thursday Birds Day. Let's get back to Hyacinth's Muscovy ducks. Thank you, Hyacinth, for posting that good stuff. Let's continue. Green herring. Oh, these are always gold. Green herring, what have you got for us today? Is that a cedar waxwing? Rain and yucky weather kept me inside for much of this week, but here's a lovely cedar waxwing. Well. Good stuff. That I saw on a short walk at my local park. Waxwings are interesting birds. They are primarily frugivorous. Yeah, they eat fruit. Because of that, they tend to move around a lot searching for berries. You never really know when or where you'll come across them, and they are always a treat to see. Sometimes they show up in my backyard. because we've got some berry trees here. But take a look at that. That is lovely there, Green Herring. Very nice. Really cool. I think the coolest thing about cedar waxwings is the reason they have their name. They've got these little waxy red tips on some of their wing feathers. It's really weird and cool. Let me show you. Yeah, so they mostly eat berries and stuff like that. And they have these weird waxy tips on their wings. Like on the end of the rachis, the like shaft of the feathers there. You get these waxy wing. It's so weird and cool. And that might be that they're just like their bodies are maybe extruding some of the whatever chemicals or whatever they're getting out of the berries that they eat. It's like bioaccumulation, it seems. Or like rather than releasing it as waste, or rather than just keeping it in their bodies, their feathers like extrude this into these little waxy tips. It's really weird. Very interesting. There's such cool weird critters. Like that's such a neat thing, and I don't think it's really very well understood. Yeah, what are those red waxy tips?
Important ingredient is the presence of fruiting trees or shrubs. Second to that is having close proximity to a body of water, such as a pond, stream, wetland.
There we go.
Still, I can see that my
Axeman.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
It has been well spent. I hope, Axeman. Thank you for your ongoing support. 6 months now at tier 3. That is really lovely, and I really appreciate it. Axeman, thank you for that ongoing support. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. That is impressive, and I really appreciate it, Axeman. I really do. Thank you. Keeping me online with that stuff. Check this out.
As I was researching the waxwing's unique characteristics, I found myself falling down a rabbit hole of speculation about the purpose of the red tips on the bird's secondary flight feathers.
Yeah.
First off, yes, those red wax tips on their wings are what gives rise to the name waxwing.
Nalcar, yeah, of course.
These waxy
the
tips
chewing
are the
test
subject of much
they do in the
debate and
field
question.
For grain size,
Sometimes researching wildlife is confusing, and it only gives rise to more questions. I think that the continual curiosity and the quest to understand is all part of the fun. So on this particular issue, there is a lot of conjecture and not a whole lot of surety. I'll start with what we do know. What we know is that the red waxy tips, which are sometimes referred to as waxy appendages, are made from a waxy secretion when a new feather is growing out. It's made of a carotenoid pigment known as astaxanthin, which gives them their red coloring. We also know that the number of waxy appendages varies with age. Juvenile waxwings don't have them, but mature birds do. In addition, the older the bird, the more appendages they have. It is also possible that the waxy tips may break off. What we don't know is what their purpose is. While researchers have tried on various theories, thrown them out, then proposed others, the bottom line is that we're just not sure. One study I read suggests that birds with more waxy appendages nest earlier and raise more young. But if nothing else, the current consensus is that the waxy tips are indicators of the bird's age and maturity, and that it may assist in attracting a mate.
Interesting.
The finer details, however, are still fuzzy and in need of further research. While cedar waxwings can be found in a variety of habitats, the most important ingredient is the presence of fruiting trees or shrubs. Second to that is having close proximity to a body of water, such as a pond, stream, wetland, or the riparian area in a desert.
Cool stuff. Green Herring. Lovely photo as usual. And I'm not seeing those red waxy appendages.
But what I am seeing is another glorious photo here. Look at that level of detail, chat. I mean, look at that right there. That's incredible. You are some photographer, Green Herring. You really are. Look at the sheen on the hallux there. The digit 1 claw, the backwards facing claw there on it. Oh, it's just gorgeous. This is beautiful. Holy moly, is that nice. Fantastic, Green Herring. Fantastic, as usual. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. What a cool bird. And Miss Creation says, I went to Melbourne Zoo earlier this week and visited the Melbourne Zoo. Well, this is one of Danny's favorites. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Cassowary. I couldn't post just one photo. No, this is lovely, Miss Creation. This is lovely. Holy moly, be still my heart. I've never gotten good photos of a cassowary at a zoo like this. The cassowaries here in the Bay Area at the Oakland Zoo are always very shy. They don't like to be seen. Maybe it was the San Francisco Zoo? I forget, but I've never gotten a good photo of one. This is lovely, Miss Creation. This is really lovely. What a cool bird. Yeah. One of the coolest birds in my humble opinion. Yeah. Have to visit Melbourne. There you go, Dame Karen. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for posting. Thank you for posting, Miss Creation. That's lovely. And Thing, it says Luigi caught a non-avian theropod and now he feels better. Yes! Some theropod on theropod violence there. Yeah, that's a lovely photo. That's very, very cool. Want to see something cool about it? You know I do, Dinosaur Dave, always. Yeah. This is fantastic. I think this is fantastic. I really like that. Yeah. Here. Good stuff. Good stuff. He likes to hold something when upside down. I can understand that. Almost like a safety blanket kind of a deal. And what is this, Dinosaur Dave? Oh, cool. That's amazing. That's a cassowary there, folks. Very, very cool. Oh man, cassowaries are the coolest. That should be an alert too. Shoot. Let me, in fact, here. Let me grab that link. And let's put that in a note here. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, very cool. Thank you for posting this. This is lovely. This is lovely. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for posting that too. That's gonna be a new alert, I think, Dinosaur Dave, if I can clip it well enough. Mommy Does no idea what this one is other than a predatory bird. Upstate South Carolina. Well. Ooh. Doesn't look like a red tail. It could be a sparrowhawk or a sharp-shinned hawk or somebody like that who likes to hang out in foresty areas, in among the trees.
Doesn't look like a Merlin. Although I suppose it could be. Definitely a hawk, says Trace. Okay. That's not a Degu approved sound. I'm sorry, Risa Deg. Oh no. What is this? Very interesting. Yeah, green herring or anybody else got any ideas? My guess would probably be Cooper's hawk. What country is the photo from? From the United States, Trace. From South Carolina. Cooper's hawk. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Shoot. Cooper's hawks have got those really dark shoulders like that. Dark back. What about a sparrowhawk? Sparrowhawk also a dark back. Although this one's a little bit less dark. Anytime I see, like... Well, okay, no, that is a dark back. But it's very speckly. It's very speckly. Probably not a sparrowhawk. Well, not a Cooper's either. I'm not sure what that is. Green Herring says, red... That's a red-shouldered hawk? Really? It's so slim. Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Yeah, there's a reddish shoulder there. And it's got that banding. Yeah, there you go. That's gotta be it. Yep. Yep. Very cool. These are not common in most parts of the US. But yeah, they do like to hang out in the trees. They like to hang out near water. They eat frogs and stuff like that, I've been told. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you there, Mommy Does. I'm glad we're able to get that solved with some degree of confidence. And Dinosaur Dave has got another alert. What is this? Oh, bless you, Moon Pie. Oh, I think I've seen this before. Oh, this is good stuff. Oh, hello, Moon Pie. Wow. Moon Pie, come on up. Here, come over here. That is disconcerting there, but I love it. Hey, come here. Here, Moon Pie. Come on up. Why are you shaking your tail? What are you upset about? Come here. Come here. Come on up. Come here. There we go. Oh, it's a Moon Pie appearance. You've been appearing more and more on stream, and I am delighted by that, Moon Pie. You are usually fairly elusive. I can't entice you up here with treats. How are you doing? Yeah. Boy, Jingo, it's a dinosaur. Give it a scratch, yeah. I only know that phrase from that clip with the dog puppet. Just normal, man. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Oh, Moon Pie. Whoa. There we go, right up in there. Don't drink my water. There's ice in it. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it, Moon Pie. It's too cold for you. It's too cold for you. I don't like cold stuff like that. No, not Bluey. Dame Karen. I only know what Bluey is because I have some young nieces and nephews. Man, are they obsessed with Bluey. But no, what I'm talking about is, just normal men. It's so good. I'm afraid I'm gonna scare you, Moon Pie, with how hard I'm gonna laugh at this. But yeah.
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
I have no idea what's going on here.
We're playing for HTQ a little bit later on.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to play HTQ, email cbbc@bbc.co.uk.
Oh, you do it. Do get permission and leave your phone number because by jingo, it'll be worse than this if you don't. Oh, you're just kidding. You love this.
I don't know what that is, but it's beautiful and transcendent. Yeah. I know they're British and not Australian, Dame Karen. I know. Yeah. But it's from a kids' show in the UK. I gathered that. But yeah. Oh, Moon Pie. You're just taking center stage here. Can I brush you? Would you like some brushing? Looks like you could use it. You're extruding hairs all over the place. You know, more than like a 3D printer, you know? Yeah. There we go. Let's collect some of that hair. We can build a nest. Or knit a sweater. What do you think? There you go. Good stuff. Ugh. There you go. You know, anytime you want attention, you can just waltz right over when I'm streaming, and you know you'll get it. Yeah. That sweater would be different. Yeah, definitely. Dame Karen, I don't know how to knit, so... and I'm really not willing to learn to knit a sweater out of cat hair, to be honest. I just think it's a funny idea. Do you think that's very funny, Moon Pie? Am I mocking you? Am I mocking you right now? Oh. Yeah. Let's get that coat all nice and shiny. My goodness, there's hair all over my desk now. Have to vacuum in here again very soon. Lena says, I do knit. I would not knit a sweater out of cat hair. Why is that, Lenina? It would be too comfy. Oh. Look at... You gonna knock down my picture frames? Trying to knock down my ferns? Is that what you're trying to do? Do some gardening in here? You're trying to do some high-level browsing like a sauropod, huh? Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah, you get those ferns. You get them. It's mammal time here. I should probably change that to mammal cam. Would you prefer that? You're looking up. You're gonna try and climb up there and get those ferns? Really? Is that what you're looking to do? What you're looking to do? I appreciate how playful you're being right now. You're not. Normally, you're a little bit more serious, Moonpie. I like seeing this side of you. I'm not gonna pretend I don't. Here, would this help if I move the mic stand up like that? Mic arm? Yeah? What do you think? Your cam is always mammal cam, even when the cats aren't here. That's true, SB. I am a mammal. It's true. It's true. I can't hide it. I can't deny it. I'm a mammal. You're a mammal. My best friends are mammals, you know. Oh, I love how the camera you just register as like a black hole on the screen. So dark. So dark. It was not designed for you. You're a beautiful bird. Just a void. Well. Okay, I'll see you later, Moonpie. Thanks for stopping by. Good stuff. Yeah. Cats know they rule the internet. They have for a while. Finders Keeper, yeah. They have for a while now. Lovely white bow tie. I know, right? Eclectic gamer mouse. Moonpie is beautiful. She's pretty lovely. Anyway, let's continue with Thursday Birds Day here as we near the end. 2 Juffs, 1 Cup has got a lovely vulture for us there. What kind of vulture is this? Huh. Yeah, there we go. Being mobbed by another bird. Somebody was not happy about, Yeah, are those mockingbirds that are mobbing this vulture? The vulture's like, hey, I just want to stand here, you know? Oh, time to go. Very cool. 2 Juffs, 1 Cup. Thank you for posting. Lovely. That was some kind of sparrow? Huh. For a sparrow that had very prominent white bands. I don't think that's a sparrow. It almost looks to me like a mockingbird. You just catch very, very brief glimpses of it. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Green Herring says mockingbird for sure. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. Yeah, I thought those were the characteristic, like, white bands that you see on mockingbirds. It's got a long, prominent tail as well. Yeah, cool. Anyway, thank you, 2 Juffs, 1 Cup, for posting that. This is neat. Really enjoyed seeing that. Yeah. Good stuff. And let's see, for repost, no worries. Yeah, we tried to do that earlier and it didn't work. The last one, open it up in a browser. Okay, let's try this. Let's give it a try. And it's not working. Shoot. Sorry, Lady Fiend. Yeah. I try to avoid TikTok for this sort of thing, too, because it often has copyrighted music, and sometimes that'll cause the YouTube VOD to get copyright nuked. Click the actual link, not the preview picture. Okay. Oh, boy. We've got some lovely geese here. Some goslings in tow. Very cool. Yeah. Thank you, Lady Fiend. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. There is sound. I can't play it or I'll get copyright nuked. If it's probably like the Jurassic Park theme, right? Oh, here I can try it. I can try it here. But I gotta reverse it, and that way the video. Let's see, that won't show up on the VOD. Let's try this. There you go. It's true. Birds are dinosaurs. So it's it works. It works. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Thanks, Lady Fiend. Oh, there we go. And Dinosaur Dave says, taken in Port Macquarie in New South Wales. Can you name this bird? I've had images 2, 3, and 4 behind a spoiler warning as they get easier to see. Yes, this is 2. I think an adult and subadult, or possibly male and female. I'm not sure. Oh. Oh, well, shoot. What are these called? They are they kites? They're definitely a predaceous bird. Well, most birds are predaceous on insects and arthropods and stuff, but... Yeah. You were thinking kite too, Claire Bird? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who these are. I don't remember what they're called, but they're very cool. Oh, they aren't hobbies, are they? The Eurasian hobby? I don't know if they have those in Australia. But lovely, lovely photos there, Dinosaur Dave. Lovely photos. I'm not sure who they are. Yeah. You legitimately have no idea. Oh, okay. Here. It's not one of those. Birds of prey. Something winged kite. Litter winged kite? I think it is a kite. Let's see. Kites. Let's see. There we go. Ooh. Red kite, black kites. Brahminy kite. Whistling kite. Fish eagles and sea eagles. Black-shouldered kite, perhaps. Yeah. I could see it being that. Yeah, I could definitely see it being that. Yellow feet, black shoulder, red eye. Yellow feet, black shoulder, red eye. That is a black-shouldered kite. Very nice. Very nice. Well, well, well. And whom are they related to? They're related to sea eagles, including the bald eagle. So they are true eagles. Cool. Or they are true. They're what? Acipterids? Related to hawks and eagles? Acipteridae? Is that right? Zooming out, zooming out. Kites, eagles, and more. It's funny, they don't name these clades. But cool. Interesting. So they're very different from like falcons, which are more closely related to parrots, actually. Falcons and caracaras are way over there. Valiant Cheese, how are you doing?
Arrived with 2 raiders.
Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy Thursday birthday to you, Valiant Cheese. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Thursday birthday is going well. Yeah. I gotta wrap this up pretty soon so I can make myself some dinner. But thank you, Dinosaur Dave. A black-shouldered kite. What a cool bird. What a cool bird. Great shots, too. Really, really nice. Yeah. And Neilf has got happy hour at the title bar. Well, well, well. Skimmers, laughing gulls, 1 royal turn, several sandwich turns, 1 little forester's turn. All waiting for the buffet to open. That is beautiful, Neilf. You've got, what, 4 bird species? Look at those skimmers with their big, big, big lower beak. So much bigger than their upper beak. And who is this? Who is this? Is that a sandwich turn? I don't even know what the... Let's go to the turns. Over here. That's George, says Ungoy. It does look like George Costanza, huh? Or Mr. Burns. Sandwich turns are these guys, and we've also got elegant turns, giant crested turns, royal turns, lesser crested turns, four-stirred turns, but who is the guy with the yellowy beak and the George Costanza hair? Arctic turns, South American. White-winged turn. So many turns. River turns, Caspian turns, gull-billed turns, large-billed turns, least turns, most turns, turns that climb on rocks, fat turns, skinny turns, turns with chicken pox. My goodness, there's so many turns. I did not know that turns were so diverse. There you go, Finder Keeper, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. The turn song. Come on now. Turns. There's so many of them. So many species of turns. And we've got several right here. This is really nice, Neil. I like that a lot. Good stuff. Let's find royal turn, so I can see what they look like. Ah, there it is. There's the one with the bright beak and the George Costanza hair. Right there. Yeah. There we go.
Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, and thank you, Claire. Yeah, we found it, we found it. Good stuff there, Neil. Thanks for posting. Excellent. And Andy's the one has got, who is this? A kestrel, maybe, that was eating a pigeon in the yard. Wow. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Some bird-on-bird predation happening right in your very backyard, literally. Literally in your backyard. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool there. Yeah, doing some almost like some prey mantling with the caudal feathers. So. Nice. Good stuff, Andy. Good stuff. Oh, and that. With that, we conclude our Thursday Birds Day. That's the last one. Well, well, well. Good stuff, everybody. Good stuff. Holy cow. My Thursday Birds Day bird photo this week is a very underwhelming one because this bird decided to up and fly when I was trying to take a picture of it. But this was a black phoebe that I spotted. Either that or a kingbird that I think it was a black phoebe, that was on one of these telephone lines, and then I tried to get a photo of it, and it just zoop, did not want to be photographed. So let's be respectful of this bird's privacy. That's my Thursday Birds Day. I had the blurriest one out of everyone this week. But sometimes that's how it goes, you know? Anyway, it's time to wrap up this stream here. So let's run our credits over this beautiful fossil bird skeleton. And let's see whom we can raid into. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can continue our avian goodness here with, is Hoot House Livestream live right now? Let's go see some baby owls. Oh my goodness, they're big. Oh boy, chat. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go watch some owls raise their young live on Twitch through the magic of night vision. That is a big baby owl. Holy moly. And is that mom or dad in the, I guess we'll see. Anyway, everybody, thank you for making this another lovely stream. I hope you had a good time today. I hope you had fun. I know I did. Thank you for your support, for your enthusiasm, for your questions, and for your attention. Appreciate each and every one of you, from the quietest of lurkers to the most vociferous of chatters, also moderators, followers, subscribers, and gifters, cheerers, and raiders. Thank you for making all this possible. Appreciate you a lot. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about pangolins, by the way. Celebrating World Pangolin Day. A weird and wild and interesting mammal that I guarantee you will fall in love with these mammals by the end of tomorrow's stream. So join me for that. Right now, let's go admire some owls, everybody. See you there. Bye-bye. Take care.